Okay, cool. Wow. Thank you for continuing your sub. Hello. I'm all yellow. I'm gonna go to a different world. I'm too yellow in this world. Look like I have jaundice. But I was literally just looking at this chat wondering when you're going to stream again. I know, I'm sorry. I do like the music in this world though. I wonder if I can change. Oh, there is changing for the post processing. I like that one. Hello. Hello, hello. I know it's been like 2 weeks since I streamed. I'm sorry. So, I'm gonna hang out with my dad later today. So I decided to start early, and I know Crumpet starts early on Mondays as well. So I figured I would try and get at least a couple hours in before he starts. News, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the prime. That's super nice. I feel weird. Oh my gosh. I didn't sleep last night. I decided to try and stay up and get to my stream from like the other side. You know, instead of like trying to wake up and stream, I just decided to like stay up late and start my stream early. Hello? Looks really plasticky. I mean, I've kind of played with stuff. I mean, it's supposed to look plasticky. I don't know. I'm really bad at stuff. Oh, you like around, thank you. New hair looks great. Also, give me my hair rights. You're still running accent emotes. Like a little astronaut suit. I do want to add a Kerbal Space Program logo on it somewhere. I decided to just do like USA and like NASA. And underneath my jacket on my shoulders, and I'll add it to my jacket as well. I do have like an American flag and like a NASA logo. I didn't do any badges for any specific missions, but I might make up my own like futuristic space mission or whatever. No, I do have it. It's just under my jacket. I have to like go back. So yeah, I'll do that and I'll add more logos and stuff. I want to figure out like more details to add. They're more like life support hookups for like oxygen and stuff and cooling and stuff like that. Kind of, you know how like on the Apollo astronaut suits they have those like blue and red like hose like hookups on the front of the suit. It's kind of what I was thinking of when I added those. Thanks that I'm not being Xmas themed. I don't know. Uh-oh. Hello? Okay, it's over. Sorry, I'm just having wireless issues. Hello? 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 I'm gonna fix a couple of things actually. Um, Okay, it's working. That's good. So Stinky decided to come out of her hole. Yeah. Hey, I hope you guys have been watching Crumpet though. I've been hanging out with him a lot recently. So, I guess even if you haven't gotten like your fix of Fox on my stream, hopefully you've at least been able to watch some of that. Ruben, I missed you. I only got to see you on Crump streams. I know, I'm sorry. I don't know why every night I go to sleep and I'm like, when I wake up, I'll wake up on time, I'll take a shower, I'll have breakfast, and I'll stream. And then I just miss it. It's not good. I'm sorry. I don't know. I have to be better at streaming. I have to like be better at consistency and content and keeping things fresh. Like, whatever. I will say, my chat is like a little bit more comfy than Crump's chat, though. No, I wasn't partying at all. I've been a complete shut-in for the last 2 weeks. Oh, so I have all the parts for my gloves that I want to make. And my friend is going to lend me his 3D printer. But he's on vacation right now, so I won't get it until maybe tomorrow, and I can start printing out parts, which will take me like a day or two. And then I'm actually going to talk to my dad later today. And I should be able to get his soldering iron. And I can start working on all my stuff. And hopefully, I might have something working by the end of this month, hopefully. Like 2 weeks or so. But we'll see. But I'm excited. I have all the parts. You guys got me all the stuff off of Throne. It's so cool. So yeah. Because I've already gone over all the parts I need to print out and then figured out stuff like laying them out for the printer I'll be using, like all the structural supports. So I'm going to be using a resin printer rather than like one of those filament printers. And I do have a couple concerns about the flexibility required on one of the parts. So we'll see how that goes. I could get access to a filament printer if I really need to print out certain parts. But in some ways, I think the resin will actually better for certain parts like gears. So, we'll see. So I am very excited. Oh, I also have an interview with Rebel later tonight. In like 10 hours from now, I think. About 10 hours. So yeah. As long as you don't overcure, it should be fine. Resin can get pretty brittle. Yeah, see, that's what I'm worried about. Is yeah, it getting too brittle. There's only really one part that needs to flex. The rest of it can all be rigid. And in fact, being very rigid could be helpful for some of it. Because some of it is just gears, and I don't really want the gears to flex a lot. I don't know, it depends on the fit. So, I don't know. We'll see. I can turn off that thing as well. I don't need more parts. I mean, there are some optional parts, like, there are like a pair of like fingerless gloves that I put on my throne. Just, to have like a more ergonomic fitting rather than just using Velcro. I could actually sew mounts to the glove and just use like a whole glove to put on. But I think it doesn't matter that much. So yeah. And we'll see. We'll see how everything goes. I haven't used resin a whole lot except to do like D&D minis and stuff. But I haven't done like mechanical parts with them. So we'll see. Hopefully everything will work. All the sensors are really simple. So the way you used to have it set up used potentiometers, which are essentially like variable resistors. So they usually have like a little knob that you turn. And as you turn it, it will increase or decrease the resistance on the component, which you can then hook up to like an IO board or whatever on like these little development boards that they have. And you can just directly read how much the resistance is changing. But they can switch that to using a IMU sensor and some magnets and stuff, or a field effect sensor, or something like that. I think it's a field effect sensor. I don't know if that is an IMU or if that's something separate. But looking at the wiring diagrams, they wire directly to some IO pins on a little microcontroller. So it should be very, very simple wiring. Hello? Sorry, I'm just talking to my camera. Oh, oh no! I was hiding. I was doing my best sneak with my pillow. You're elderly poor. Well, I also have advantage on perception checks for hearing due to having a second pair of ears. Yeah. And I also have two sets of ears. So I know some people on their avatars will just do like, they'll get rid of the human ears, but no, I have them as well. Yeah, same. I've seen some people's avatars. I mean, you can't really tell with the hair on your avatar. But they will take off the human ears. And if the hair doesn't just cover that part of their body, though, and you see their head without the human ears, it looks weird, in my opinion. But yeah. I like the cat girls in FX. FFX, Final Fantasy 14 or whatever, yeah. I'm gonna sit next to me. How are you today and how is your camera? Um, my camera probably feels super neglected. I haven't talked to it for like 2 weeks. Oh no, did you forget to charge its battery? Batteries. Yes. I didn't see you yesterday. What did I do yesterday? I hung out with my mom and I helped her with her car. And then I hung out with my dad. So my dad, he came over to visit me for Christmas finally. He lives like 5 minutes away, but he ended up in Florida and for Christmas. But anyways, he finally came to visit me after like 2 weeks, whatever. And then I don't know, we just sat and talked until like 2 a.m. about all sorts of stuff. Hmm. Um, so my dad, he said he played it once or twice when he was young, but he said that the people he was playing with really didn't like him and didn't want to play with him. He was kind of like extra socially awkward, like more so than the average nerd. So, I don't know. Somebody was asking me if I saw the stuff from CES. You did. I have been watching some of it, trying to look at, especially the VR stuff. I saw Vive's new headset. I'm not happy about it. It could be really good, but they opted for inside out tracking. And I think I would be more interested in inside out tracking if there was full body tracking that went alongside it, that was as good or better than lighthouse based full body tracking. And from what I've heard about Makopi, it's not really quite as good as lighthouse based tracking. So, Makopi is, I believe, Sony's offering for full body tracking. And I've heard it's like just not quite as good as using the Vive trackers or the Tundra trackers. And I've heard the Tundra trackers are okay. Like they can do as good at tracking, but they're more prone to occlusion issues than even the Vive trackers. You got the Tundras? Oh, cool. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Your one who knows you're dying. Yeah, and being able to have 4 base stations, I used to have it so I had 3 of them up high and then one of them was a little bit lower and it actually helped like hover, like if I was laying down and stuff and my feet. So yeah. Of course I'm down to 3 and I just have all 3 on the ceiling now again. I already RMA'd a lighthouse and then it stopped. I don't know if it was a different lighthouse or the same lighthouse, but it started having the same issue where it just has like a flashing red light. And I don't know if I'm still in the window where I could animate it again. Because it's definitely like it never got knocked or dropped or anything. It's just been sitting up in a corner. So, I don't know. So, and then you have 2 years, I think, of warranty. I, I might have had the 4 base stations for longer than 2 years at this point. I'm not sure. I don't remember when I first got 2.0 tracking. It was probably, I don't know when I upgrade to my Vive Pro. Because I think I upgraded to my Vive Pro before I actually got it. No, I don't remember. It's been a while since I upgraded my VR gear. I've had it for a long time. I keep breaking things though. Like, I always am breaking index controllers. I've had to be more careful recently, and I don't dance as much as I used to because of that. So, yeah. Um, what was happening? So, my biggest problem is I would go put my, like, weight down on my hand, and I tried to keep on my fingertips, but invariably, like, I would put a lot of weight on the controller as well when I do, like, a cartwheel or, like, ground moves or whatever. And it just was enough to, like, crack the plastic and, like, break. Because there's, like, a little, like, ribbon cable between, like, the top PCB, and there's, like, one in the middle where the sensor's connected for the grip controllers and the battery. And it would crack the plastic, and then the little cable would become unplugged. And I used to actually pry everything apart and disassemble it, plug the cable back in, and it's just taped in. And so I would, like, reapply tape or whatever. And then I would, like, just, like, glue the plastic back together as best I could where it broke. And that would hold for a little bit, and then it'd break again. And eventually I would just, like, buy a new controller to, like, have a nice, fresh, well, fortified piece of whatever. So I think I went through, like, 5 or 6 pairs of controllers over the course of the last 4 years or so. So, yeah. But I was dancing every day for, like, 2 to 4 hours, depending on the day. Like, every single day. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't like slipping them up onto my wrists. I know a lot of dancers do that, but for me, it ruins the articulation of your arms, because then when your arms are, like, fully outreached, then, like, I don't know, they won't be, So just use everything up. I did see the flippy controllers at CES. Yeah. I'm really excited to try that for, like, playing guitar. Because that'd be perfect for playing guitar. Potentially, as long as I think it would work, because it would flip out on the outside of your hand, so I think you could do that. As long as it's semi-locked. I'm guessing it would. I'm guessing they lock into, like, an open position, kind of. We'll see. I don't know. What I'm really interested in trying, though, is playing guitar using gloves that does, like, finger tracking. So I'm making those gloves. And that would be so cool. As long as, and because, okay, so the gloves I'm making, they just use rings that go around your finger to, like, hold the plastic in place. So they don't actually go around the tip of your finger. So the tips of my fingers will be exposed, which is good for guitar playing. I don't know how well I'll be able to bar chords, though, because that does use the side of your finger, and there will be rings in the way of that, but we'll have to see. think that sounds super cool. Yeah, we'll see. I got all the electronics I need. So I have the microcontrollers, I have the Hall effect sensors, the magnets, I have all of those parts. All I need now is a 3D printer, which my friend is going to bring me hopefully tomorrow. And then I can start printing out the parts for it. I used to have my own, but it stopped working, and I got too lazy to fix it. We do a little build stream. I'll probably post pictures on Discord. Will be the most that I do, I think. So yeah. I'm going to give myself probably at least 2 weeks. So I'm hoping by the end of this month I'll have... Well, I mean, we'll see. The project is still in like a prototype stage. And then this 5th prototype release is in a beta state as well. So it's like a prototype of a prototype. So we'll see. That sounds super exciting. Can't wait to see what you do. I'm really excited as well. I am definitely holding the expectation that, like, they may not work. They may just not work. Like, I may not be able to get them to work. Or maybe if I do, they'll be really crappy. I don't think I'll be able to daily drive them unless they just work really well. They're easy to put on. Stuff like that. So we'll see. They will. They will have splay, yes. However, they will not, so looking at my fingers, just as I bend my fingers, I can articulate some of the joints separately. Like, so you can, like, bend your finger at just your first knuckle, right? And keep the rest of your fingers straight. Or you can do that one. I don't think the last 2 knuckles you can really articulate independently, though. But the way these gloves work, it will still just articulate all 3 of your knuckles together, rather than splitting it into 2 groups. So yeah, it's a curl and a splay value, yeah. But I feel like if you were to accurately do a finger, you would want 2 curl values. One at your first knuckle, and one that's a combination of your next 2 knuckles. But I don't think you need to do all 3 separately, because I feel like the last 2, more or less, articulate at the same time. I don't know how the actual anatomy of your tendons and stuff work, but yeah. I know that there are some glove solutions that will get like an accurate relation of where your fingertip is in like 3D space relative to the rest of your hand. And from that, they can extrapolate, like, not just a single curl value, but curl values for all your knuckles as well as splay. But I've also heard they're very finicky for like the, like, even for the ones that are like $2,500 from like Manus or whatever. I've seen reviews of people who have actually bought those. And they said that they, like, you have to calibrate them, and then they lose calibration very quickly. And they have, like, issues like that, though. So it feels like even if you spent thousands of dollars for those kinds of trackers, they would still be uber problematic. So, we'll see. But yeah. But yeah, I did see that at CES. There was another Kickstarter for VR gloves. I think was priced at like $500. There might have even been 2 of them. But there were the flippy controllers. There was a new Kickstarter for gloves. Is Fox even reading chat? It just feels cooler that when your fingers control and not holding the controller. It is cooler that way. Does the microcontroller come with software? How does it interface with base stations? So, it does need a Tundra tracker or a Vive tracker. And I do have an extra pair of those that I use for my elbows. So when I get my gloves working, I can take my elbow trackers and just use them to track my hands, which means I will lose elbow tracking. So eventually it would be nice to buy another pair of trackers. But that's like $150 or like $250 for a pair of trackers. So if we get that far, I'll worry about it then. Use 1.0 for elbows. Yeah, I think I have an extra pair of 1.0s I could use. Because right now I'm using all the 3.0s or 2.0s or whatever. No, I think they are the 3.0s or whatever. They're like the smaller ones. Because I know there was the 1.0s and then 2.0s had like a blue logo and then 3.0s. Yeah. So I have 5 of the 3.0s and 2 of the 1.0s. So I could use all of those, I guess. I used to have 3 of the 1.0s, but one of them broke. And at the time, I had enough money that I was like, well, I'll just buy a bunch of 2.0s for 11-point tracking. But I am one short. So, and I also found these annoying, and press tracking doesn't really work for my avatar. So, I like the chest tracker, but for this specific avatar, it just did not work well. So, I've stopped using a chest tracker. It didn't work that well on my old avatar either. It worked okay-ish, but even then it wasn't that good. And I don't know how to rig an avatar to make it work better. I was using, I think usually to do chest tracking, I think you use the full lock method, right? So there's the head lock, the hips lock, and then the like full lock. You only use hips lock for most things. Even with the chest tracker, okay. Being like controlling like body roll of the chest. Yeah, for doing body rolls, it's really good to have like separate hip and chest tracking. Oh, like twisting your like waist and torso. Yeah. Maybe I'll play around with that and just use hip tracking more for that. I would be interested on like what you'd have to do to make an avatar good for like chest tracking. I don't actually know what you would change. Why upper chest bone? Interesting. You think? Because I know I have a spine, or like hips, spine, chest, and then neck on my avatar. But I guess the chest you split into 2 bones and have an upper and lower. If I did that, I'd have to re-rig. I'd have to like repaint and rig the breastbones as well, I bet. Well, maybe not. Maybe I could split the chest onto 2 bones and still just have the breastbones the way they are. I don't know. Because I know you can do Boolean operators on the weight painting values of your your rig. So like you can do additive and subtractive. So like if you want to like So ideally, every vertex on your avatar is going to be affected by 4 bones or less. It's fine to have 1 or 2, but you want the sum of the weights of all of the bones that are associated with it to add up to 1, which you can do by auto-normalizing. But also, you can just, if you're trying to like split bones apart, what you can do is you can like take your bone values and then like paint just one of the bones and then subtract those values from the other one to create a new group, and then assign that new group to the other bone to effectively just split it between the two. I don't know. It's kind of just a thing you can do with weight painting, I guess, while still retaining some of the original like way things were weight painted. So it won't screw with how it interacts with like other bones. So you don't have to like re-weight paint everything, I guess. I don't know. So it's almost $1,400 for 11-point tracking, just the trackers. Yeah, it is. It's like over $1,000 to do 11-point tracking if you use 5 trackers. It's expensive. It would be great if they can use AI cameras to just track your body. Yeah. Like, there are definitely solutions out there. And that's how they do hand tracking on like the like Meta Quest 2 and stuff. Camera tracking also has issues with occlusion, and it takes a lot of processing power to do, but like it is possible. I mean, the Xbox 360 had the Kinect for forever, and people do use that for full body tracking in VR chat. It's just very glitchy and problematic. So yeah. How do your gloves interface with VR chat? So that I'm not entirely sure about. I know that one option you can do is have them emulate Knuckles controllers. Thing is, Knuckles controllers don't have splay. So what I would have to do is have the curl of fingers controlled as if they were index controllers, which the drivers will just make SteamVR think they're index controllers, and it will take care of it from there. But for the display, I could just feed that value in via OSC and then just do an animation controller that controls the display. So OSC could handle all of that. And I mean, you could probably do OSC for like your full 8K if you wanted to, yeah. Oh yeah, well, and I think finger tracking is getting just OSC support generally for the various solutions that are coming out. So yeah, I think that's going to become something we see more wide use. Because I think VR chat is seeing that, yeah, there are, like with the finger tracking that the Meta Quest stuff is doing, a lot of these other companies are coming out with hand tracking. So I think VR chat is kind of putting tools in place so developers can like integrate their devices and make them usable in VR chat. Oh, excuse me. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Oh my gosh. This is the bet where you go. Wow. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I'm talking about VR stuff. I'm terrible at aping my own stream. Thank you so much for the sub. Okay, I almost got on with work. Okay. Thank you for coming in. It's good to see you, Nia. As long as you have a link cable / wireless adapter, there are no limitations or Quest 2, right? So I have a Quest 2 right now. I'm lending it to a friend. And you can actually just run it off of your Wi-Fi router if you have a good setup for that. But the wireless adapter is better, and then the link cable is even better. Except, of course, you'll be cabled. So I think the wireless adapter they came out with is a pretty good compromise. But yes, you will be running VR chat on your computer, and you will not be limited to Quest only. You can have the full PC experience, which is really cool, actually. That's actually super nice that you have the option for standalone or a full experience, a full PC experience, anyways. So, yeah. Yeah, the $70 one is super overpriced. So, yeah. Hello. Oh. How is the latency on Wi-Fi? Surprisingly good. You can still have some issues. It depends on the specific router you're using, how noisy your environment is with other Wi-Fi signals, things like that. But in my apartment, it worked surprisingly well. It wasn't as good as high bandwidth as the wireless adapter I'm using right now, but for running on like Wi-Fi, it was pretty good. So yeah. I know there's a Kickstarter for wireless for the index. That might be good. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. For the wireless Quest 2, it's like it's not as good as an experience as you'd get cabled. And it's not as good as you'd get with an index. And I don't personally think it's as good as you would get with a Vive Pro and a wireless adapter. Because I haven't tried all that. That's how I have tried the Quest 2, and I have a Vive Pro Eye and a wireless adapter. And that is, for my needs, the best experience, especially with face tracking. But the Vive Pro might be really good. And maybe if you're running on Wi-Fi 6, it's even better than what the Quest 2 uses. So, some of the new stuff, like, I don't know, could be really good. I haven't tried it out. I don't have enough money to buy a Vive Pro or a Quest Pro or like the new Vive X3 Focus, whatever the crap it's called. So yeah. So your router is 5, but directly in your room. That is not the worst setup you can have. I think you'll have an okay experience, but you'll have a better experience if you're tethered, but you'll be tethered. You know, so it's like a trade-off. Like, your tether will be better, but it will also limit your mobility. So, if you're doing a lot of dancing and stuff, maybe go wireless and go for Wi-Fi while you're doing that. But if you're just going to stand and talk or mirror dwell or lay or watch a movie, then maybe plug in your cable and go for that experience. And it's not bad. So yeah. So the WiGig technology that I have was originally developed by Intel. Vive has their wireless adapter, and that actually runs on 50 gigahertz carrier signal. But that higher frequency is more prone to occlusion. So if you're at like 2.5 gigahertz, that'll pass through a wall. That will pass through sheetrock. It might struggle getting through brick, but maybe it can even get through brick a little bit. Lower frequencies, like radio frequencies, will pass through whole buildings without noticing. Like, really low frequency, like AM radio frequencies, those will pass through anything. So the lower frequency your carrier signal, the less bandwidth you can have, but the less occlusion issues you have. It'll actually pass through quite a bit more. But so yeah, as we're trying to squeeze more bandwidth out of wireless communication, we're having more issues with occlusion. Because if you think of like light has very, very high frequencies, like visible light. It's also electromagnetic radiation, the same exact thing that we're using to communicate with our radios and Wi-Fi and whatever. It's just much, much higher frequency. But you can actually carry an enormous amount of data if you have carrier signals that are at the visible light range. But you can block visible light with a sheet of paper, so occlusion is a huge issue. But yeah. Oh, hello. So I legitimately think I have saturation issues with signals with my setup. Especially if I do 11-point tracking. Because then I have 11 trackers, I have my Wi-Fi, my phone, wireless controllers, my headset for my ears are wireless for just my headphones. My microphone is also wireless. And they all use Bluetooth, so they're all at 2.4 gigahertz. And then I have all my neighbors and the other apartments around me that are just adjacent. So I definitely feel like there's a lot of stuff in my apartment. But yeah. Do you ever use the Horizon Adjust feature? I did recently. I don't really use it. Somebody taught me how to use it a little bit. But I haven't found a use for it so far. I haven't really played with it a lot. So I don't know. They add more accessibility options in VR chat recently where you can move where down is and be lying down in bed and appear straight up. Yeah. But I also don't know why I would do that. I don't know. But yeah. You have a USB card that lets each channel have their own bus. I thought about buying one, but I never ended up doing it. I do have... I don't know how many USB controllers there actually are on my motherboard. I don't know how much they split up between the different header pins on my motherboard, if they're all routed to the same bus and the same controller anyways. But I do try and have my dongles split up on different ports and stuff. So yeah. Graph, me, thank you so much for 5 subs. Yeah. Here, let's see. I'm curious. My voice sounds so off to me. I don't know why. I hate it. Hello? Hello. I'm definitely standing up right now, by the way. As you can clearly tell. Yeah, see? Definitely standing up. Oh no! This is weird. Oh my gosh. Hello? Weird. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, that's so weird. I like I stand up and I look down. It's just like, whoa. So strange. I'm so confused. Wow. Yeah, one sec. Okay, there we go. I don't know what the use case is for that. That's so weird. I'm trying to add like a texture to my soup, but it doesn't really stand out very well. It's like, I don't know. I need to play with the substance painter values. For me, it would be because I can't stand without using a walker. I guess that makes sense. I need just a jingle like this. Such dynamic, much pose. Very wow. What exactly is OVR? Does it only work with VR chat? Is there something like PlayStation Mover in other games? So, OVR is actually a couple of things. I'm not sure what the acronym stands for. OpenVR, maybe? So, there's OVR Toolkit, which is an overlay system, which is really useful for accessing your desktop while in VR. I use it to like read my chat while I stream, and to manage my stream and do whatever. of your advanced settings, though, is how you do stuff like Play Space Mover. I mostly use it to adjust my height. I use it for my auto rotation when I RP walk. And all that does is it messes with Steam VR and where it thinks you are in your play space. So it can technically work in pretty much any game. So, I don't know. Some people use it a lot more than I do. I don't use it too much. Also, so I can use that to play other VR games that require picking things up on the floor. Yeah. Yeah, so if I don't want to bend over, all I do, I have a button on my left controller, so when I push it, it locks where my hand is vertically in space. So right now I'm moving my hand up and down, but since I'm pushing that button, it moves my entire body instead. So if there's something on the ground right here, I can just pick it up, and I don't have to bend over. This makes it useful. And you can also, so play space movement, I use it and I lock it to just the vertical, because that's just how I like to use it, but you can actually make it so you could do your entire locomotion that way. And there's also an option to have it to add momentum, which I usually have turned off. So when I grab and release, it just stops me wherever I release. But you can actually have it so you can grab and kind of throw yourself. And if you don't have it locked to the vertical, you can do all sorts of stuff with it. You can look like Spider-Man or whatever and like jump onto a ceiling. So yeah. It's very useful. And for me, I use the auto rotate feature. So it has a tab for different types of rotation. My favorite is the one, it can be a little bit finicky, but when you walk towards one of your walls, IRL, it will detect you getting close to your wall, and it will rotate your play space 90 degrees. So it's a little disorienting at first, but if you rotate your body counter to how your play space is being rotated, then you're effectively in game looking like you're walking in a straight line, even though you're IRL turning 90 degrees. And if you do that each corner of your room, then you can eventually just walk in a circle and look like you're walking in a straight line in game, which I use a lot, and it's really fun. When it works, which sometimes it doesn't. Like right now, it's actually not working. In fact, oftentimes when I disconnect my headset because it grays out because of the wireless, it for some reason just breaks this feature. So I'm just using it, so in game, I'm just using my joystick to turn 90 degrees and then counter rotating my body. And it makes it look like I'm walking in a straight line. So yeah. But I don't know, I'm not the first person to do it, but I definitely popularized it amongst a lot of people in the Gator lobby. Because I used to do it all the time. It's definitely a lot more useful when you're not on your own stream. Because if you're just a background character for someone else, and they see you moving through a world immersively, then it kind of just sells the immersion to them in their stream. But if your own chat is just watching you, just sitting there and walking boringly, and your entire play space is kind of rotating a little awkwardly every now and then, it's just disorienting, so I don't really do it on my own stream. because it looks kind of bad. Is there a way to appear like I'm walking while sitting slash laying down? So, I mean, they're the default animations. So if I'm just like using my controller, I have the animations that make it look like I'm running or walking or whatever, even though I'm just standing here. So yeah, if you're just sitting down, like if you don't have full body, if you're just in desktop or in half body or whatever, like even if you're sitting at a desk, you can make it look like you're standing up, which is how most half body players play. In fact, there's a half body stance that all half bodies players have because they all play sitting down and you can see their arms on their armchairs. So all the half body players always have their arms like this, even if they're standing up or whatever. And you just always see them like this. And it's because they're just sitting down in their chair playing the game. So yeah. It is the half body stance. If you go watch Crumpet or you watch Rob or whoever, and you see the people they're talking to and their legs do that kind of waddly shuffle and their arms are always up here, you know they're just sitting in their gaming chair or whatever. They're like office chair. It's just funny to me. So, I don't know, there's some sort of animation system that VRChat has on default for your avatar, where it will try and more or less make it look like your legs are where they should more or less be, even though they're not actively being tracked. And it's pretty good. Like it puts your legs where they should be, but it doesn't look completely natural. Because if you just like shift your weight, from like over here to over here or whatever, you'll often like do this like waddle instead. Because it's just trying to keep your legs under you. Even if you're just kind of moving around while you talk or whatever. I don't know. It'll just move your avatar more than you otherwise would be. So yeah. I have a real affection for the waddle. The half body waddle. I mean, for what it is, it's pretty good. Because if you're like most virtual reality players, you haven't spent $350 for a couple of stupid looking pucks that all they do is track a point in space for you to have full body tracking. Because most VR players, they spend $350 on their Quest 2 or whatever. So it's ridiculous to think they'll spend that much money on 3 pucks that just sit there and track a point, So, yeah, having half body or whatever is actually very popular. And it does a pretty good job. If your computer only knows where your head and your hands are, and it has to figure out how to animate your torso and your legs and your feet and all of that, it's like a decent solution. It's definitely not terrible. But compared to having full body where you can I don't know, you can just have natural body movement. The waddle does look a little bit silly compared to that. OVR, you don't have to install it. It's very common for VR chat players to have it, but it's not necessary. In fact, I'd say most VR chat players don't use it. That's more of a advanced user thing, but it is useful. I don't know. My biggest use for it is Or how do you implement it? It's just on Steam, yeah. You just search it in the Steam library and install it. The ins and out of actually like learning how to use it and stuff is pretty complicated, and you should probably watch a YouTube video or something about how to actually use it. Because me trying to just explain it offhand in a stream was like, one, really boring for everyone watching, and I've already been super boring. And two, I wouldn't do as good a job of explaining everything as somebody who's actually put a video together specifically for that. So yeah. In fact, I kind of want to switch topics to something more interesting. I've been talking about a lot of boring VR stuff. But yeah. I don't know. I don't have a lot to say about. I wish I had more to say about CES. There was nothing at CES where I'm like, I have to have that. Nothing that was like, oh my gosh. But we'll see. Any thoughts on the new VR stuff from CES? All the things from headsets, hard stuff to voice mufflers. Oh my gosh, voice mufflers look ridiculous. Oh wow. I'm sure there's a use case for them, but I'm sure it's very niche. Oh, gross. You can hear people your family is home. Because the quiet sounds of your fapping and bouncing on your bed. You can be screaming in your headset. Oh my gosh. Lamau. So, yeah, at CES this year, somebody had, it looks like a muzzle. Like you stick on your face. And it looks like you're strapping like a small trash can to your face. And it has a microphone in it. So you can like talk and record yourself or talk on VR chat or wherever. But it will make it so people around you can't hear you. Yeah, I assume it would be very uncomfortable, very impractical, and absolutely ridiculous. And I also question the quality of your microphone if you're talking into a small garbage can. It would be even worse than my audio. Like a cone of shame for debauchery. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's perfect though. Yeah, that one just looks silly. That one is even more ridiculous than the like smell-o-vision, which unfortunately never got past the FDA. I don't know, or fortunately, somebody did like last year. There was a Kickstarter or something for it was like a module you'd stick on the bottom of your headset. And you would have an array of like vape juice or whatever for different scents. And it would just, I think it used the same technology as a vape pen, but would just spray it up into your face, like any mixture of a couple of different scents to try and reproduce a wider variety of stuff. So yeah, you think it could help Crumpet with his roommate, the muzzle? Yeah, Crumpet yells and does a lot of stupid stuff. Could help. He'll just have to wear a muzzle while he streams. The main reason you never got in VR is because you can't talk while there are other people in the house. Yeah, I guess, depending on your situation, if you're still living at home, I don't know. I guess there are some people that can use it. just seems silly to me, though. Here in Japan, says apartments have really thin walls and small rooms. I mean, I guess if you don't have the privacy of your own space, yeah, it can be awkward. I mean, so there was a period of time where I lived at my mom's house for like 6 months where I had VR. Because I used to have an apartment when I first got VR. And I lived there for like 2 years. And then I had to move home because I was short on money. And I lived with my mom for like 6 months before I moved out again. And yeah, that was an awkward 6 months to like try and be doing my VR stuff. But this was like a little bit before I started streaming. This was probably like 10 months before I started streaming. Because I moved out of my mom's house. I was living in my own apartment again for about 10 months before I started streaming. So it was part of the Gator at that time. I was just barely getting into the Gator. And I was, yeah, like at my mom's house for probably, I think by the time the mute pageant happened, I was in my own apartment again. But that was like one of the first things I remember doing at my new place. Because, yeah, you could imagine being a little quirky mute and jumping around and stuff. Doing that while your parents are home would feel a little awkward. But yeah. I don't know. My mom has seen my stream, and my dad, and some of my siblings. I came out to my family actually quite a while ago. And as part of that, I was like, if you want to understand what I'm going through, if you want to see the way I present myself, at least online, like, here's my stream. I haven't seen any of them comment. Of course, I don't know any of their, like, Twitch names. But yeah. I've actually started having my family. My grandma for a while was asking me what my stream was, and I refused to tell her. And somebody as a joke made like FFB's grandma as an account and would come to be like, oh hello FFB, how are you doing? I was like, no grandma, no. But yeah. But since then I have shared my little Twitch channel with some of my family. Yeah. I don't think they regularly watch it. I think it weirds them out, which is fine. But it's fun. It's good. I I don't know. It's interesting coming out to like my brother and stuff. My parents have known for a long time. But like talking to my siblings was an interesting experience. All of them were like super understanding though. I'm blessed to have a family who's very open minded. In some ways, my mom is the least open minded and doesn't like it the most. And makes that, I don't know, she's good about loving me, even though she doesn't love what I'm doing with my life. So I can respect that. And I feel like she still respects me. Even though she doesn't understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, even though she's like, I'm never going to see you as my daughter. You're always going to be my son. And I'm like, Mom, I'm not going to force you. I'm not going to get offended because I understand that, like, this change doesn't make sense to you. And I love you, and I know you love me. And I'm going to live my life, and maybe one of these days, as I continue to transition and as I just live that life and be a girl, one of these days you'll be like, okay, yeah, it's my weird daughter, whatever. But I don't feel a need to like push it. I'm not a very confrontational person. If somebody wants to assert my gender to me, they're wrong. But I'm not gonna like make a big deal out of it because that doesn't help either of us. So yeah. Sounds like Jade's dad. Yeah, I think I remember hearing Jade's talk about her dad. And yeah, it's I don't have one of those crazy families who's like disowns you and doesn't want anything to do with you, which is totally messed up. But most of my family is actually very understanding, if not entirely supportive. And then my mom is the one who's like super religious. And she totally doesn't get it, doesn't support it, is against it. But not to a point where she's going to like hate on me or not accept me or whatever. So it is what it is, I guess. It's not bad. I love my family. But yeah. Also, I just bought some more olive oil because I just ran out of stuff I was using. And I was standing in the aisle looking at like 20 different bottles of olive oil or more. And I wasn't sure what, like, is this one good? Is this one good? And I leaned on, like, I bought a slightly more expensive bottle. I'm like, well, that's gotta be good, right? It wasn't insanely expensive, but it was like a little more expensive than most of the other ones. And I bought it and I brought it home and I tried it out with bread and balsamic vinegar, and it's not good. So I guess I'll use it for cooking, I guess. It's probably fine for that. Since I really like to have either like bruschetta or even simpler, just dip bread in olive oil and balsamic vinegar, or I'll put it on a salad. But the olive oil I got is not good for just eating raw like that. Sucks. Do a pause this and then buy again. I know. Let me just see what brand it is. I have it on my counter because it's too big to fit in my cabinet. It's Carapelli, organic extra virgin olive oil. Carapelli. There you go. But mostly everyone is agnostic. Where I live, I don't know. Let's look it up. Um, kind of a weird, but okay. So as of 2020, 60% of Utahns are reported as members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, also known as Mormons. So here in Utah, 60%, just over 60%, are members of the church. How active and how engaged all of those reported members are, I don't know. Probably not all of them. That's still 60%. That's not including the various other populations of Catholics and Jews and Muslims and whatever. Because I'm sure we also have populations of those. So here in Utah, the majority of people are Mormons. And then another percentage is other faiths. And then some percentage is atheist or agnostic. So very religious place. I think being 60% of a single religion for an entire state, which admittedly isn't a huge state, it's only like a couple million people. But yeah, that is very religious. So yeah, most people here in Utah are or were Mormons at least. Yeah. Second Fluffy's subtraction. Filippo Barrio. Well, and I don't know all the different breeds or strands or whatever of olives. Like what olives are really good for like salads or for dipping bread into versus like olive brands that are like olive strains or breeds that are better for cooking or whatever. You're personally religious, but don't hate me for my decisions in your life and you can't control it. I respect that. And I feel the same way. I don't hate religious people. I do find faith bizarre sometimes. And actually, last night, the reason I stayed up till like 3 a.m. So my dad came to my apartment around 8 p.m. to visit me, left at like 3 a.m. in the morning because we had this extensive discussion on worldview and faith and stuff. I was mostly centered around faith. So I think about it a lot. And I'm not the type of person, like to me, that is an important question. Faith. Is there a God? That is important to think about. And in my opinion, as an atheist or an agnostic or whatever, finding what it means to be moral without the construct of religion in my life is an important question. So, I don't know, I think about it a lot. I talk about it a lot. I've talked about it on my channel a lot. Whatever. So, yeah. That's strange. Thank you, Casey, for the sub. Oh, I forgot. I have to like mute my actual mic, not just like in game. 22 months, almost 2 years, Casey. It's crazy. Crumpet is celebrating his 3-year anniversary, I think next weekend, which is so cool. It's weird to me to think I haven't been streaming as long as he has, but like comparably, I always considered him to be like having streamed for like a really long time, but really hasn't streamed that much longer than I have. It's crazy. Oh no, I'm gonna be used to scrap points if you hold on enough. Oh no! That is kind of the idea though, like, my suit is here, it's like my plug suit, and like, I'll get into like some sort of Mac or vehicle or whatever. And all the straps and all the little points will like lock in, keeping my hips in place. And what somebody could do while I'm just trapped and stuck there, I have no idea. I think Rob is doing it for a lot longer than 5 years. I don't know how old Rob's account is. I think it's like 8 years or more though. It's more than 5 though. It's been a long time. Like, Rob is actually pretty old school as a streamer compared to like Crumpet and me. I think Rob as a VR chat streamer has probably only been doing it for like 4 years, maybe 5 years. Probably like 5 years as a VR chat streamer. But he has been streaming for way longer than that. Doing like, I don't know if he ever did Overwatch. I know he did like League of Legends and like other games that he streamed for years, so I don't know. He's been around though. Delta, thank you so much. He streamed on Justin, so that's over a decade, easy. Yeah, he's been around forever, for sure. He's probably as old as Twitch, if not older. You know, there is an Overwatch coach I used to really like named Jane. And like, he used to do YouTube videos of like analysis and like coaching tips and stuff that I really enjoyed. But like, apparently his mental health went like super crappy, and like he just was not happy doing what he was doing, and like he kind of had a pretty dramatic exit. And I hope he's doing well, and I'm glad that he recognized he wasn't happy and he moved on. And I hope that whatever Jane is doing now, he's super happy and satisfied and just, he's such a cool guy. And I just hope he's doing well. Because I really liked his content. I really liked just his humor and his presence as a person. I would watch him talk about paint drying. But he was also very good at Overwatch, and his content there was awesome and top tier. I just hope he's doing well. Who am I talking about? Jane. Jane Overwatch. Jane OW or whatever. Or just Jane. He was a coach for the Dallas Fuel for a while. And the Dallas Fuel are probably still my favorite team just because of his association with them. But now he's not a coach for them anymore. And he's not a content creator anymore. Because it just wasn't bringing him the happiness he wanted, I guess. Which is fair. Content creation kind of sucks. So, I hope that he's just doing well, though. Because he was super cool. I'm struggling with my own relationship with my career right now. I don't know if it's for me or not. I'm not a good streamer. And yet, here I am. And I still haven't done my video that I promised you, even though you got me to my sub goal. So yeah, I need to do that still. This butthead. I know. I will do it though. I promise. The Hawks is running. Scatterbrained fox will be scatterbrained. I don't know if scatterbrained is quite the term I would use. I think emotionally unstable is a more appropriate way to describe my condition. Oh no. Hey, I hope I can at least stay humble. I don't know, some people think humility is overrated. I guess. I think it's good to be humble. I think I have a lot of reason to just try and be as humble as possible. Because I am such a mess. So, I don't know. A job interview personality test. Those are garbage. Just don't answer those truthfully, because they're stupid. Answer them the way you know the company wants you to answer them. These personality tests for jobs are stupid. And I hate to encourage that kind of feeling of dishonesty of just filling out a test the way you know they want you to, rather than trying to be honest about it. But they're actually just garbage. And in fact, I was watching, I think it was a Linus Tech Tips. I think it was one of their LAN shows where Linus went on about how it's they have unrealistic expectations for their employees. And the only way you would actually answer it correctly is if you were an insane psychopath. And so people just lie. And so they're actually just filtering out honest people. People who honest those. If it's oh, you noticed a coworker stole a pen, what would you do? The truth is you wouldn't do jack. No one would do anything over a pen. Maybe, at most, if anything, you'd be like, hey, why are you taking that pen? But it's not like you're going to report that to a manager. That'd be insane. So, but if you don't report that, I would report them immediately. then that's not the answer they're looking for. So you just have to lie and be like, oh, yes, of course I would report them. And no, you wouldn't. So now you're just getting liars. And your test is actually filtering out honest people because you're stupid. And your test is stupid. So there you go. Wow. So yeah. Sorry, I'm not talking about you, chat, or taking whoever takes those tests. It's just the employees and the HR departments or whatever that put those kinds of tests out. They're complete garbage. And I remember because I once applied to work for a Guitar Center, and I took like a test, and I was just honest about the test. And when there were questions about someone who stole office supplies or like a pen or something stupid, I was like, yeah, I wouldn't really care. And when I talked to the hiring manager after, they were like, oh yeah, we got your test, and we were like, you didn't qualify for the job not because of my experience as a musician or my ability to do sales or experience as whatever. It was purely based off of this garbage test. So I think the answers I had were honest and honest for anybody in those situations. So they're just dumb. Akiwo! Oh my gosh! Wow! 200, oh my gosh, that's such a huge raid! Holy crap! Thank you so much! I'm talking about those stupid, like, tests that, like, some companies will give out for, like, people that are looking to hire. That are, like, there's, like, personality, honesty, whatever, garbage tests. I'm just talking about how they're complete trash. Hello. How's Akiwu treating everyone? I've actually talked to her for like a while. Akiwu, I don't know if me and you have really actually had just like a conversation together. I don't know if she's actually here. Oh, there you are. I would love to just like sit down and talk and get to know you better. Casey, thank you for giving Aki a sub. Hello. We talked about music stuff for stream a bit, but not much. Yeah, I know we've had a couple of conversations. But I don't think me and you have ever really sat down and just like chewed the fat or whatever. Be normal. No, I refuse. That's so cool though. I totally didn't expect to get a raid from you though. That's so nice of you. So what was Aki doing on her stream? Were you playing some VR chat? Or were you like doing some VTubing? Playing some other games? Dying in Elden Ring? Oh no! 4 hours of stalling, 4 hours of Elden Ring. Perfectly balanced. I usually have 1 to 2 hours of stalling every stream. Of just like chatting. I'm not brave enough to like play other games though. I'm just a VR chat player who constantly has tech issues like right now. Come on, how's that work? No, this is the worst time for it to crash. Okay, I think I'm back though. Hopefully. Okay. Wow. My voice is really off today as well. Which is super annoying. Okay, it says it's working though. Hello, classic. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but I selected my PlayStation 4. I've been collecting dust for the past year or two. And I booted up Bloodborne because I was watching Crumpet play it. And then I remembered I'm not good at that game. He makes it look so easy, and I'm so bad. I think you sound like Fox. It's so annoying to watch Crumpet play a Souls game and dominate at it and just confidently like navigate through the levels. I struggle in Bloodborne to get through the first like dozen or so enemies. I'm just like the normal huntsman guys with the like pitchforks and whatever. They kill me. And they're like the easy fluff chaff, whatever. They're not even supposed to be hard. So yeah. Do you like my face tracking? He sucks at every other type of game by his own admission. He's really good at Halo. I don't know if he's like competitively good at Halo, but he sure kicked my butt when I played Halo with him. Like, really bad. No dance, pepper dance. The cards. So, Akiwu, have you played like other Souls games? Have you played Bloodborne and like the Dark Souls stuff or whatever? Just Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. I really like your face tracking. I think you're one of the pioneers in the field. Would love to play Bloodborne, don't have a PS4. I'm sure. Um, yeah. I have played through Dark Souls 3, but I played through it with the Cinders mod. And I kind of cheesed magic. So I'm still really terrible at Souls games. That's the only Souls game I've beaten was Dark Souls 3. And it's only because I played the Cinders mod, which kind of made magic OP. Where am I right? I did do it right. Right. I can't even do a full right. I also wish Demon Souls and Bloodborne was on PC. Mostly Bloodborne. But I'm also kind of happy to just watch Crumpet play them, rather than have to get good myself. Like, oh, because I just enjoy the aesthetic and the vague story around Bloodborne. So, just watching Crumpet play that game, and then, like, watching a lore video on YouTube, I'm good. I've gotten all I want to out of Bloodborne. I thought you did do a hi. Hi. So, the PC port I'm waiting on right now is Horizon Zero Dawn 2. Because I played the first Horizon Zero Dawn originally on PlayStation, and I liked it so much that I also bought it on PC when it came out on PC. And my PC is way, way better than any PlayStation 5, which I don't even own. I just have an older PlayStation 4. So I just want to play Horizon Zero Dawn 2 on PC. And I don't know when a mod or a port will come out. But I hope one comes out soon. I don't know. Don't worry, guys. Bloodborne will get PC port. I just started the game on PlayStation 5. I really liked Zero Dawn. That was like my favorite game for a while when it came out. It's so ridiculous. Like robot dinosaurs. And they actually like did a good enough story to make that make sense somehow. Because it's just robot dinosaurs. And they took it seriously to a point where they could write a story and be like, oh, no, it does make sense that there are robot dinosaurs. And that's an amazing accomplishment in and of itself. The lore was so good. It was actually so good. For a premise as ridiculous as robot dinosaurs, the lore was actually really good. Yeah, Baldur's Gate, I think, is supposed to come out this summer. I think is the latest news I saw on that. I don't think I'm going to touch it again until then. I've already played the crap out of the beta. I stopped playing the beta when they introduced druids, I think. So I haven't played through the druid class. But I've played every other class through the entire beta. So I played rogue, I played a fighter, I did a wizard through the entire thing. So I've already played the crap out of that game, and it's not even out yet. So yeah. What about Atomic Heart? I do know Atomic Heart. Yeah, it starts out with the Mind Flayer and the what is the ship called? The Nautiloid? I think they're what they're called. The ships the Mind Flayers fly on. Hey Fox, we need your opinion on the D&D scandal, please. Well, it seems like they are responding to the lashback, the community lashback they got around the Open Gaming License 1.1 that they were thinking about pushing out because it never officially got. Like it was, I don't know if it was leaked or if it was shown. I don't think it ever got quite put in place though. And the community hated on it so hard that, from what I understand, they are reconsidering and whatever, rewriting whatever license they'll go forward with. So, I think that's good. I think that we'll see. I don't know. I don't know if Dungeons and Dragons or Wizards of the Coast / Hasbro. I don't know what their response will be to all the community backlash. I've heard that they are responding to it though. So maybe they'll be like, okay, we'll just keep the old gaming license. I definitely see the motivation for a corporation to want to protect their intellectual property. Because you have companies like Paizo or whatever who did Pathfinder that is just a blatant ripoff of Dungeons and Dragons. And Pathfinder is good. Like, I've played Pathfinder, it's a good system. But it is kind of a complete ripoff of Dungeons and Dragons. But there are tons of RPGs that have all sorts of nuanced mechanics, different classes. A lot of RPGs are tied to specific settings, like the Dresden Files RPG, or the Five Rings RPG, or the Cthulhu RPG, whatever that one was called, or Dark Heresy, the 40k RPG, or Iron Kingdoms. Like, there are a million. Or the Mouse Knight game, whatever that one was called. Or Lasers and Feelings, the RPG that fits on a single page. There are hundreds of rule sets for role playing games. And definitely Dungeons and Dragons is the granddaddy of all of them. So, I don't know. And that's true. They were asking, I think, certain companies to sign the draft of their new terms of service. So, whether or not that actually gets pushed through, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But it sounds like it might change. I think there are some old nerdy farts who just love Dungeons and Dragons, though, that work for Wizards. I think a lot of the creative directors and the people who are in charge of Dungeons and Dragons, I get the feeling that they love their game and they love the community. And I hope that they have some say in the legal direction the company takes in protecting their assets and their intellectual property and their market share. Because a company does have to do certain things to, like, succeed as a company. Dungeons and Dragons has to make money. They have to outcompete to some extent. But I don't know. And 4th edition was hated on so much and disliked so badly by so many people that's like it opened a huge market for people to do like spin-off D&D games. And Pathfinder became insanely popular. So, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. It sounds like the essentially a terms of service almost, but their new gaming license or whatever. It sounds like it wasn't the worst, most terrible thing in the world, but it was definitely adding restrictions and adding protection for their company. Like, if Disney had as loose control over their intellectual property as the new rules or the new gaming license that was coming out, people would be blown away by how absolutely lenient Disney is being with their intellectual property. So, compared to other companies and their intellectual property, the new gaming license is actually not that bad. But it is a lot worse than the current open gaming license. And it seems like there's enough community like lashback on it that I think there's a good chance that they will rethink it and maybe come up with a new one that might be better. So I don't know. I'm excited for D&D Beyond. I think it'll be cool. I think it'll have parts of that people won't like as much or it will take a while. I'm also kind of at a mindset where like I'm kind of just too old and tired and don't give a crap. D&D was fine already and I don't need a new one. Like, here's one thing I have seen. People will have a bad experience at their table or their group gets stagnant or whatever. And they think a new rule system will save them. But it kind of doesn't. Your storytelling and your group experience will be bad or good kind of regardless of the tools and the rules that you're using. they can help and they can be a supplement to the storytelling and the fun you can have. But it kind of almost doesn't matter at a certain point. When you've been playing RPGs like that, tabletop RPGs, for decades, like I have, it stops kind of mattering. Like, I can make a good story and a good game on any tool set. And I can have a good fun time at the table. That's why I like using the example. There's a game, and you can look it up. It's called Lasers and Feelings. And it's a single sheet of paper. The entire rules is on one page. So it's easy to pick up, learn, play in just a couple of minutes or for a couple of hours. And it's just collaborative storytelling with a little bit of randomization and a little bit of story prompting that's done by dice. And that's it. And it's fun. And you can make a good story out of it. Or you could use insane, crazy, convoluted systems or whatever. I think 5th edition's Dungeons and Dragons is really good. I actually really enjoyed 4th edition. That was the edition that was coming out when I had just barely been getting into D&D. Like, my friend and I played using his dad's old Advanced Dungeons and Dragons book for like a year or 3 years or so. And then 4th edition was like just coming out, brand new, and we were so excited. It's like, oh my gosh, they're doing a new edition of D&D, and it's like modern and new, and we're like kids in junior high, and we're totally gonna buy it and play it, and we did, and it was really fun. And we didn't have a very good understanding of the rules, especially from AD&D, and we had never played 3.5, which is probably was the most popular edition before 5th edition. So 4th edition for us was just good. And now that I've been playing for so long, I have played every edition of D&D, including the original chainmail rules. I have played tabletop war games like 40k. I have played a ton of different RPGs from all the ones I listed and some I've forgotten about. Mostly, they're based off of various settings, like Star Wars. You have, like, what was it called? I want to say The Force Awakens, but that might have been a video game. It was like, I had a couple of different books that all fit together. One of them covered, it was like the Empire, something, I don't even remember. They had their stupid dice. They didn't even use normal dice. You had to buy special dice. And they had this success and failure and this threat and advantage system with their dice, which was kind of cool, but also kind of annoying. Shadowrun is one I've heard of, but I've never played. Edge of the Empire, that was the RPG, the Star Wars RPG we played. Edge of the Empire. And there were a couple of other books that went alongside it. Yeah. So I think it's fun to play in new editions of D&D. I'll be excited to play D&D Beyond. I think it's stupid though, just call it 6th edition. I think they should. D&D Next. D&D Next was the placeholder for 5th edition as they were launching it, and now it's D&D Beyond. But I think they should just continue on the tradition of a new numbered edition. Like, why not? D&D 6th edition works. It's fine. Whatever. D&D Pro Elite Plus, exactly. That is one thing I have to respect about Sony. You have the PlayStation. You have the PlayStation 2. You have the PlayStation 3. The PlayStation 4. And now the PlayStation 5. And the Xbox is so stupid. You have the Xbox. You have the Xbox 360. And the Elite. And the Elite X. And the Pro. The Alex. Oh my gosh. The Xbox Series is so stupid with their branding. Please don't forget limited editions. Maybe 6th edition doesn't sound quite as exciting as Beyond. It's D&D Beyond. Whatever. I never played any of the Final Fantasy games except Final Fantasy XIV. And only recently, after it had been out for a long time. And I didn't really like it that much, because I don't really like MMOs. My favorite Final Fantasy game was Tales of Symphonia. That's the closest game I've played to the Final Fantasy game. I did play, that's actually not entirely true. I remember playing on GameCube, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. And I didn't understand the plot, and I didn't really like it, and I never played all the way through it. I remember watching my sister play it for a couple of hours. And I remember gathering motes of light or something to save a tree or whatever. It just wasn't that good though. And I heard it was one of the worst Final Fantasy games. You should check out some of the other games since you like story-driven games so much. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we're going with like bring in new players with name. I guess so. I don't know. Because the truth is, we could all be playing D&D 3.5 right now. And it's still a good game. It's not like they have better graphics. I don't know. It's not like the rules are like fundamentally that much better. I feel like 5th edition is a little bit more streamlined. A little bit more simplified. 4th edition went for a completely... 4th edition feels like they took an MMO and turned it back into a tabletop game. It was definitely more video gamey in feel. But some people really like that. So 4th edition was definitely very different. But 5th edition at 3.5 is like not that huge a deal. I don't know. Fourth edition. Here's the truth about role-playing games, though. They have as much or as little role-playing in them as you want them to have. 4th edition, and all D&D books, the majority of the rules, well, they kind of focus on combat. That is where you have the strictest application of rules. That's where you have a turn-based system, you have attacks, certain movements you can do, certain things you can do, actions, whatever. So the combat is very rigidly defined relative to the rest of the game. So if you want to roleplay, you kind of just roleplay. And some people criticize that D&D in general doesn't actually have a lot of rules to encourage that kind of improv, in-person roleplay and stuff. And it kind of doesn't. It has some suggestions. It has like character backgrounds and stuff that you can kind of read through and kind of develop a character and get a feel for like things you want to do. But D&D is actually not the best game for encouraging actual roleplay. It never has been. Even 3.5 wasn't that good at it. 4th edition wasn't that good at it. I wouldn't say it was even that much worse at it though. And 5th edition is not like good at it either. The D&D rulebooks mostly are about the rules of combat and a little bit of skill checks and stuff like that. But the actual roleplay, Because doing a lot of rules around roleplay could restrict it and gamify it too much. If you want to do actual roleplay, you actually use very little rules and you just roleplay. Because roleplay, the more you gamify it, the less just straight up roleplay it is. If you want to talk in an accent and have motivations, blah blah blah, you kind of, the more rules you have around that, the less like freedom you have. And the less it is about just stepping into that character and expressing their wants and desires in first person. So I don't know. So, I don't know. I have played both. I have played very roleplay focused groups, and I have played very combat focused groups. And I like both. I do like combat. I do like very strategic play. I got into wargaming because that's purely strategy, purely combat. You sit there at a table for like 2 to 3 hours just going through combat with like dozens of minis and tanks, and you take shots and you roll for cover, and the entire act of building out your army is to make a tactically efficient army that is able to accomplish objectives or execute a certain plan to win the game or whatever. So I love that kind of strategy. And I love that in a role-playing tabletop game. I think that can be very fun. So I wouldn't say role-playing is the better way to play it or the worst way to play it. We all have different parts of this game that we enjoy. So I do love role-playing. And I do love the exercise of strategy and combat within the Dungeons and Dragons. It's all enjoyable. So, I don't know. To be honest though, there's actually some advantage you have as a new player. When you don't understand all the rules, it can actually help you out in some ways around roleplay. Because rather than thinking in terms of what the rules allow you to do as a new player, if you have a good DM, they'll just be like, well, just tell me what you're going to do and I'll tell you what happens. And it turns into a more natural, collaborative storytelling. And rather than thinking in terms of rules, you just think in terms of, well, what would my fictional character do? And you just go along with it. So there's actually some strength to being a new character and not being like me, where you've read through the entire rulebook multiple times. Because that does kind of tend to shape your thinking to well, what rules apply? What skills do I have? How can I apply those? How can I get the best advantage on my die roll rather than just playing out the character? And for a long time, I was not a very good role player because I was trying to be the most powerful character on the board. I was trying to win rather than provide a good, compelling story. And I think that's natural. If you play a game, you want to win. But with Dungeons and Dragons, you have to, understand how that really needs to fit in with everything else. Because it is totally a thing that players will go nuts on creating the most optimized character ever. I knew a guy who had some sort of genocide minotaur crossbreed with iron skin, who was a monk, who had some crazy athletics, who could literally jump 200 feet and had a plus a million to every attack at like level 3 or whatever. And you have people who just break the game through like, there was that kobold thing in like 3.5 where if you were like some sort of shaman, you could like cast some sort of spell that would create a dragon familiar, but then you as a kobold could like transform into a dragon you could see with stats equal to that plus a modifier, and you like go back and forth. And so technically, following the rules, you could have some like level 3 kobold who's actually the most powerful god in existence, according to the stats you could generate. So people will break the game, and people want to be powerful and have good, powerful characters. So balancing that power gaming, which can be fun, with like role playing and the more narrative elements and stuff, while still like rewarding somebody who's like, I just want a good challenge in combat. I want to come to this table. I want to know that if I do not play well and use the resources and spells my character has, that I'll die. I want to face that challenge at the table and have to be very smart and clever about how I apply my character. But able to like do that, you need more rigidly defined combat where that doesn't feel arbitrary. Because I have had groups that are very narrative and very roleplay focused, and when combat happens, people who won that challenge don't get it because the DM just arbitrarily makes like, oh, well, it feels like you should win by now, so the enemy is dead now. And we move on to our next scene because I'm interested in the next roleplay interaction we have. So I will kind of undermine any weight that the combat could have had for my players to move my story forward. So balancing those elements and meeting the needs of the players at your table should be your number one priority as a DM. It's making sure your players are having fun. And as a player, you should definitely understand what the needs of the table are, and if they fit your needs, and how you can help them have fun and have fun yourself within your table. Or if it's so completely far outside of the aspects you enjoy about the game, maybe you should find a different group that enjoys playing the way you like to play. So, I don't know. One of my favorite characters was Demon, who was basically kicked out of hell for disobedience, losing his monk powers. In the process, I was obsessed with gaining his power and getting revenge. Yeah. I've had similar characters, and a pretty common thing I did was just like a fallen noble whose like house was betrayed by some other house. Most of his family was killed, and he seeks to like re-establish his noble house and get revenge for his family. That's definitely a backstory I've used. Balance is important. Without struggle, much becomes meaningless and boring. Everyone wants everything to go their way, but gets stale. It's like you can't appreciate the sun without the rain. I agree. And in fact, I don't like the rule of cool. I don't like it. I don't like it. I do not. I don't like the rule of cool. Boo! Sacrilege. No! I have had DMs. Okay, so this was a problem I had at a table once where the DM and one of the other players were super close friends. And it felt like playing with these two was like watching the DM jerk off this other guy through Dungeons and Dragons. Just by like, oh, you're so badass and cool, and you like, they just like fed into each other. And just in these unrealistic anime nerd type encounters and stuff. And the rest of us are like, oh, well, I have this like backstory and like stuff. And like, it just was a more grounded approach, and they just went off the rails. And like, even at low levels, it's like, oh, I'm some like level 1 fighter, and like I have like this ridiculous confidence, and like, oh, I kill anyone I can see. And like the rest of us were like, well, let's play a more balanced, nuanced approach. The DM totally just fed into it because they wanted their friend to feel cool. They want to feed their like the power trip. And D&D can definitely be a power trip, and that's not necessarily bad. But when you give up challenge and trial and failure just to follow the rule of cool, that sucks. Or maybe if you're a level 3 party and the DM's like, I had a DM do this. We started a campaign on a boat going to this island, and the first thing he pulls out is like a kraken fighting a dragon. And he rolled out the entire fight, explained it was super cool, and our characters were all level 3. I'm like, well, what the heck are we supposed to do? We can't even hit either of them. How are we supposed to fight a kraken that's like an amazingly powerful enemy? So the DM, in trying to be as cool as possible and just pull out the big guns right from the get-go to hook us all, just totally ruined it. It was totally uncool. So yeah. The rule of cool needs sub-rules. It has to be able to make sense and be actually cool. Sure. We sat and watch the fight. I mean, the rule of cool has its place. It does. And if you're fighting against the minutiae of some little tiny specific rule that, like, somebody's trying to do something cool or whatever, then yeah, sometimes you give it to them. One problem that can happen, though, D&D players tend to read not all of the rules. And sometimes the rules they read, they will misinterpret, not necessarily willingly, but they will misinterpret a rule to their favor. Or they will try and accomplish something that another class can do because it has a specific feature. But they're like, oh, well, I can just do that, right? But if you kind of just let them do whatever, even if it's like something that would require some other class to like spec into to even be able to do that, then you kind of negate the importance of that class and the like specific abilities that class can do, or that player, or whatever. Because you're just kind of trying to placate to what would be cool in the moment. So if you give up all restrictions and you give up any adherence to the rules just in pursuit of having a kraken fight a dragon or whatever, you can kind of undermine the consistency of the rules, the fairness, the story, the narrative. You can actually ruin the game. So rule of cool is not the best rule. So there. But there are definitely times where it's like, okay, you want to swing from a chandelier and then flip onto a guy's back and stab him. If I can make what you're essentially doing into like a bit of damage that fits within what your character would otherwise be doing, you know, like how effective a given character should be over a turn, then yeah, I'll let you flip from the chandelier and land on guys back, even though it's like we're not going to dig into the grappling rules. We're not going to necessarily overanalyze the action economy of like, well, what would that be? A minor action or a bonus action or movement or whatever? Like, we can let something slide, for sure. So, but yeah, if you are letting people do things that imbalance the game, just to let them do something really cool, like called shots is a really big one. A lot of players are like, oh, I shoot the weapon out of his hand, or I shoot him in the eye, or whatever. Well, applying the blinded condition, There are a lot of spells that specifically do that, and only that. And it's a whole spell slot and a whole action. Or disarming something is something that battle masters specifically have to use superiority dice. And only then there's a chance of it happening. So you just, as a level 1 fighter, coming out the gate, doing a massive damage, and incapacitating the enemy in some way, that kind of makes sense. Because yeah, of course I can just shoot a guy in the hand or whatever. But the way the game works, those abilities to disable that enemy usually require higher resources from higher classes. So you wanting to come perform an ability that normally requires a higher level character investing limited resources into accomplishing the same goal. You can see it's like it imbalances stuff. So you have to sometimes be like, because of the balance of this game, no, you cannot call your shot. You know? Masterson, thank you. Oh my gosh. So yeah. And the thing is though, cold shot is cool. It is. Shooting the weapon out of your enemy's hand, that is cool. Blinding them by splashing oil at them or whatever. Like, it is cool. But if it gets to the point where it is superseding the balance of the game, then it's problematic. I think various editions of Dungeons and Dragons have had called shots penalties. I've seen house rules for them. I haven't played an edition other than 5th edition for a couple years now. I'm pretty sure 5th edition does not have called shots in any form outside of house rules, which could be anything, so I don't know. So there you go. There is my rant about DMing and why I don't kind of like the rule of cool all the time. Because I've seen DMs use the rule of cool to ignore the balance of a game. I've had it in my favor and against my favor. And a little bit of that isn't bad. But if there's too much of it, then you'll have people who are just sitting there like, WTF? Why is this person getting away with all these things that are beyond the scope of their character, their class, don't fit within the rules of the game? They make me feel like I'm not contributing as much because whatever, you know? So, there you go. Games still hit Thaco, silly Thaco. That's like to hit AC 0s, Thaco, right? I don't think that's been used for a while. Lamau. So yeah. There's my rant about D&D and rules and stuff. Not exactly the most cute, endearing thing. I feel like I am not as cute as a talker. I could have been like mute this whole time, and it would be way more cute. I actually kind of like that. You can have like a rule of cool calling like once per session. That's fun. Finding a way to allow yourself to bend and ignore the rules without totally throwing everything away to have like a super special epic moment. I like that. That's not bad. So, yeah. And obviously, like balancing stuff. If you are a complete rules lawyer all the time and it starts to like interfere with your players' ability to just have fun, that's its own problem. So, I don't know. Edge of the Empire actually had a pretty cool system where you had a balance between the light side of the Force and the dark side of the Force. And you could use a light side point to make your roll better, but it would flip the light side point into a dark side point. And then the DM could use dark side points to give advantages to the enemies. So you kind of had this like exchange of this like extra resource that could swing back and forth. Which kind of gave you a little bit of like leeway. No! I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh no, I even remember all the words. Okay, okay, fine. Oh no! I can't sing well though. Ah. Ah. Oh no! I'm a little concert and sad. Here is my booty, don't make me pout. When I get all filled up, then I'll shout. Tip me over and pull it out. Oh no! Such a terrible song, and I'm such a terrible singer. And my voice right now is complete garbage. Oh my gosh. Imagine if I was just mute and doing hand ASMR. My stream would be doing so much better. That's all I used to do for like 500 viewers. And I don't have to talk at all. I noticed. So, I remember Crumpet was talking to somebody, this is just the other day, about, I think they went to school for music or whatever. And it reminded me of a conversation I had with a friend of mine who also went to music school. And we were at an open mic. And the band on stage started playing bossa nova. And he's like, oh, they definitely went to music school. That's how you learn those chords. That's like, I mean, there are definitely people who enjoy bossa nova and learn it just as a genre. But for some young band who goes to open mics, the only reason you generally learn bossa nova is because in music school, it's one of the genres you usually cover. So he's like, yeah, those chords he's using, I remember learning those in music school. That's definitely the sort of thing that comes from that. So it reminded me, and I was like, oh, you know what, Crumpet? I really like bossa nova. I started listening to it. I started learning how to play it, because I did after, seeing it at that open mic, because it sounded really cool, and I wanted to learn it. And I made that remark to Crumpet. I was like, oh, you know what's really cool is bossa nova. It's really chill to listen to. It's got a great groove. It's really fun. And someone in the chat was like, I hate to agree with FFB, but she's right. And see, when you become a talker, you just get people who, I don't know, it's like as soon as you have an opinion and a voice, it gives something for people to kind of dislike about you. If I were a mute and I typed something like that in chat, no one would have been like, I hate to agree with her, but she is right, bossa nova is cool. They would just be like, oh, FFB is so cute, yeah, bossa nova. But since I'm annoying and I talk, it gives people room to just be mean. Even though it was not mean, and I was definitely joking, and they were definitely do like me, and they were making a joke about not wanting to agree with me. If I were mute, you don't even get that level of like lashback at things you say. So it's crazy. Crumpet did hit it on the head. People treat you so positively as a mute. It's insane. Because, yeah, people don't just project an ideal personality onto you. There's just my ridiculous personality, which does encourage that kind of teasing. And I'm not saying the person who wrote that offended me. In fact, it was funny. And I saw it for the joke and the tease that it was. And I know that there was love behind it. But I'm just saying, as a mute, you don't even get that level of like, because yeah, they just like see you as exactly what they want to see, and it's crazy. And I think, yeah, like people give Crumpet so much crap because they love him to death, and they make fun of him. Oh, girl, Crumpet! Oh my gosh, lol, and maybe there are some mutes who have a little bit of that kind of back and forth with their chat. I feel like most mutes don't. Maybe a little tiny bit. But it's way less. It's interesting. So it's interesting. And I'm not saying it's bad. Like what that person said was not bad. It was funny. And the idea of agreeing with Firefox is somehow just a bad thing to do or whatever. It was a joke and it was funny. But it is interesting to have, like, I don't know, when you are mute, like, it's just different. It just is. The way people see you and the way they treat you is different. And it's different even than, like Bob or Naomi. And, like, especially with Naomi, because she has the most adorable, seductive, cute voice in the world that I would die to sound anything like her. People still give her way more crap than they would give any mute. And it's so funny. And I think she deals with it well. And I think Naomi is awesome and funny. But it's just so interesting. See, even, I use her as an example of a very attractive woman, a very cute girl. And, people look at mutes as being attractive girls and cute women. A big part of why I became a mute was to make it easier for me to feel attractive and have people treat me as a cute girl. But, even Naomi, who is just the cutest girl in the world, deals with more crap than the average mute. And it's so interesting to see that. So I don't know. I can argue that as generalization because I know some lobby mutes maybe pull dozens of people they can't understand. So it was not more than a few weeks ago one was thinking of me to grow the channel. So that it's not the time to unmute for 12 people. Okay, anyone who has a mindset of using being a mute or unmuting as just a way to grow their channel, to me is kind of gross and stupid and dumb. I don't know. People who make an event out of unmuting as a publicity stunt, to me it feels gross. I was a mute because I was transgender. I was very self-conscious about my voice. I still am. And for me, unmuting, it was a result of a traumatic event in my life where I just needed to feel heard. And it was stupid and dramatic, and drama is dumb and cringe as well. But the idea of unmuting just to make an event to get attention, I don't like it. I don't know. I guess in my own way, my unmuting was also a cry for attention or whatever. It's not one motivated by trying to grow my stream or whatever. It's just weird to me. Modern mute culture, because I think it is. These days in the gator lobbies, the idea of somebody coming in and becoming a mute specifically to gain attention and favor with big streamers is accepted as oh yeah, that's just fine, that's okay. And in a way it is okay, but it also feels weird, man. Feels weird. So I don't know. I don't think being a mute to make money is the worst thing in the world, but it does feel a little weird. So, but simultaneously, I understand the desire to be treated the way mutes tend to be treated. It feels good. And like I said, even somebody who is an exceedingly attractive woman is not treated the same way a lot of mutes are treated. Which is just interesting to me. It's just weird. It's all weird and different, and I don't understand it really. But it's not bad. It's just different, I guess. Oh, there's an invisible wall, I think. Yeah, I mean, there are tons of mutes not associated with Golden Gator, for sure. When I was originally a mute, it wasn't because of... It was before the mute meta became a thing. And I was... a lot of people are. A lot of people are varying levels of mute. A lot of people will unmute in private lobbies amongst certain friends they trust. Some of them will only unmute one-on-one. Some of them will not mute or unmute at all. So, like, I don't know. And they all do it for different reasons. My reasons were completely due to my exploration of my gender, my confidence in exploring that, and in continuing to pursue that. That is entirely what drove my being a mute, was like, I don't know. Being transgender is the reason I was a mute. And why I wanted to unmute was also because of that. Because at first, hiding my voice was a way to at least pretend like I was passing. But then it became like, if I don't exercise my voice, if I don't go through those awkward stages of presenting as females, talking like a girl, trying to sound like a girl, which I'm still awkward at, then I'll never get better. I'll never establish the mannerisms that I desire vocally to express the person that I am. So, being a mute became a hindrance to me. And I knew that for a long time. For a long time, the pressures of my stream and being a lobby mute kept me. It was just like another reason not to unmute, as well as just the fear and the self-consciousness I already had. So, breaking away from that and starting to talk and working on my dumb voice became a good thing, and I'm glad I did it. So if there are other women, other transgender women out there who are going through that, then unmuting is actually the best thing you can do for yourself and your own personal growth. Being a mute is not good for you. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm not bringing chat. Morning, everyone. I do need to turn off the throne reminder. It's way too often, and I already have all the parts. Are you going to build those 3D printed VR gloves? I am. So, my friend is coming back from vacation tomorrow, and then I will grab his 3D printer. He said he'd drop it off for me. I already have all the parts I need. I've already gone over the files. I've already prepared them for printing on his specific printer. So, hopefully tomorrow I can start printing out parts. I assume there's going to be some trial and error and some failures, but there's not a ton to print. So I think I could do it in 2 or 3 days of printing. And then the mechanical assembly is very simple. That could only take an hour or two, but then there's a lot of soldering I need to do, and that might take a day, 2 days, a couple days. Then there's the actual programming, uploading the firmware to the microcontrollers. That could take an hour or two to a day, I don't know. I think 2 weeks is probably, at least, I should have it done by then, if not sooner. Depending on if I work on it every day, which I may not do. So, yeah. I have soldered before. I've been a solder technician for like my job, doing antenna assembly, Marshall radio telemetry, which was a job I had. And I've also been a repair technician for arcades, like arcade machines and pinballs. And that job didn't actually require a lot of soldering, but there was a teeny tiny bit. So, I've definitely done a little. Or will frankly a lot of soldering. I kind of suck at it as well. But I've gotten better. But yeah. The voices that I really like, that are fun and feminine and cute. I really like Linka, the like Australian artist. She's like a musician. She did like the song Everything at Once and the show. I love her singing voice. I would love to be able to sing like that and kind of talk like that. And another voice I really like is May from Overwatch. It's very expressive and all over the place and full of youth and energy, and it's so adorable. So I would love to sound like that as well. But I also have just, I don't know, my own voice where I tend to sit and you can modify with that and play with that and whatever. So I don't know. You have a lot of trouble soldering wires to pads. I mean, the easiest way, if you're soldering long wires to actual pads, I always find it easiest to just get the solder on the pad first. And then, because that is the like eternal issue of soldering anything, is like you always need three hands. You need to hold your soldering iron, whatever you're trying to solder, your actual solder, and sometimes the fourth thing that you're trying to solder the thing to. Sometimes you need four arms. And sometimes you can get those little alligator clips on a stand to help. But if you're like soldering a wire to a pad, as long as, you know, the actual PCB isn't moving around too much, if it's big enough that it can just lay on whatever, then you just solder a little solder onto the pad, and then you just have the wire in one hand and your solder iron in the other, and you just heat up the solder, melt it, get the wire in there, take off the heat. I blow on my stuff a lot to help it cool off faster so that like solder. It's something I just learned watching my dad. Every time he solders something, he'll just like blow on it, just like one little blow there, which is just enough to get the solder to re-solidify. Which is like a thing I learned. It also kind of blows the smoke out of your face a little. So yeah, that's how I solder. They're like super thin. Yeah, tin your surfaces. I don't know, use lots of flux, depending on what you're doing. Sometimes you don't really need flux. Sometimes it can actually just add extra steps. But if you're doing surface mount stuff, or you're doing like full ICs and stuff like that, then flux is like totally your friend. I don't know. I kind of hate soldering, to be honest. Kind of fun. Gets old really fast. And also, depending on what you're soldering, the tip you're using can make a pretty big difference. I forget what the shape is called, but there's like one tip that's like perfect for soldering like ICs down. Because it's kind of like an elephant foot, I think is what I started calling it. I don't know if that's the actual industry standard of what it's called. But it lets you get a lot of heat onto your part really quickly. So you'll like tack down one side of the IC and then the other. And then you just like have your solder and you just draw your soldering iron across it and all the pins. And it's like just enough heat and stuff that will actually just like perfectly solder an IC really quickly. It's a fun technique. It's fun to learn. Tiny enclosure where there's no room to work, that sucks. And then, of course, working with hot air or an oven or like reflowing like a whole chip where everything's underneath and you have like ball grid soldery stuff. I've only had to do that like very few times, and that is a whole art form unto itself. So I don't know. I remember soldering when I made a guitar amplifier with like actual vacuum tubes and stuff, rather than using a PCB. And I learned it's called like turrets or something, but it's just like the same kind of like fiberglass board you have for a PCB. But then on either side are these just like metal, like round things that stick up. And you just kind of wire everything together using them. It's weird. It's a really weird style of doing, but it's kind of like a really old school of like way of wiring like old radios and old tube amplifiers. Use that like layout. It's so weird to me. It's not a breadboard. It's older than that, and it's weird and big and annoying. And what's it called? I want to look it up now. I don't remember the name. Yeah. Turret terminal soldering. Turret legs, solder legs. I think they're just called turret legs or whatever. I don't know. They just stick out on like it's weird. Here, I'll just show my screen, I guess. It's super old school. Like this predates like PCBs being common. This is like radios from like I don't know the 40s or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, you can see this like blackboard right here. You have these like just hertz and they're all in these rows and stuff. And it's for just soldering like really big components. Like these are just like huge capacitors and stuff. But this kind of work. So when I did my little tube amplifier, it was this kind of style of like circuit. And it's really weird. But yeah. Yeah, it is old as heck. But for some reason guitarists are like, oh yes, I have to have that Marshall JVM from 1950 or whatever. And boutique ancient tube amplifiers are just like the tone, man. So it's interesting how popular that ancient arcane style of circuit design and like layout still has some relevance in like the audio guitar field. It's funny. Point to point. Well, it's called turrets or turret legs, or it might be called point to point. I don't know. I've only done it one time. It's really easy to do because everything is so giant. The turrets are just giant metal studs, so they take a while to heat up because usually with a soldering iron, you're not soldering like huge welds or anything, you're just little tiny points. But yeah, I don't know, it's an interesting project. I think point to point is probably the term that was used though. I don't know. So you can see I feel so masculine though. Talking about stuff like that, girls are not into electronics and soldering stuff. Which is sexist of me to even say, because of course they are, and of course there are girls who are. But let's be honest. Most people who have sat through engineering classes, it's usually a class of like 30 guys and maybe one or two women. And usually those one or two women drop out because who wants to be in a class full of a bunch of nerdy, socially awkward guys who try and hit on you because they don't realize that you're just there to learn and get through class and don't want to get hit on by a bunch of thirsty guys who are socially awkward. So, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, and that is changing. And there are a lot of programs that are like trying to get women into engineering and STEM fields, and I think that's great. But it is still very much dominated by men. And I feel like going into that background just kind of reveals my history of having grown up a man. Because that is what I did. And it's awkward to resolve that with the fact that I am now a woman. Society finds that awkward. That's why a lot of trans people are just like, or why people don't accept trans people. They're like, well, you were a dude. What, you think you're a girl now? Are you an idiot? That makes no sense. And it kind of doesn't make sense, but it's true. So, whatever. I don't know. And a lot of it's just in my head, and I just get a little bit dysphoric, I guess. Because instead of being a dumb cunt slut, mute, shaking my butt and showing my boobs for the camera, I'm talking about point to point soldering of amplifiers that were designed in the 1940s. I don't know. But yeah, I think point to point is what it's called the more I think about it. That's what I'm relying on. Hopefully, the crossover between awkward nerds who stare at anime boobs and the crossover between awkward nerds who are into tech. Hopefully, that's a pretty good crossover. And I can do both. Wow. I don't know. I actually really like nerdy engineers, though. It is super cute. Um, Explain to me how a light bulb works. You know, there's some physics there that I want to know better. Because I know the term black body radiation or emission, which is like when you excite a material, when you heat up a material, it emits electromagnetic radiation. And the hotter you heat it up, and like different materials have different profiles, but you do get like an increase in the wavelength of, or increase of the energy of the photons being emitted the more you heat stuff up. Which is why like cooler metal is like more orangish in color. The hotter heated metal turns more white. So you have like orange hot, yellow hot, white hot when dealing with like hot metal. But I'm not really sure entirely why that is. I'm not entirely sure the math and mechanics behind the black body radiation. But that is more or less how incandescent light bulbs work. And of course, the whole being like suspended in an inert gas that keeps them from oxidizing and stuff. But I don't know. Um, yeah. And you have fluorescence, which is interesting as well. Because I believe fluorescence, like fluorescent light bulbs, actually use a similar technique that many lasers use to excite a gas. Except lasers use like mirrors and filters to align all the photons into like a single phase and a single like propagation direction. But if you don't do that, you essentially just get an incandescent light bulb. It's kind of cool. So LEDs, I'm actually not entirely sure how they work. I have some understanding of how diodes work and how you have a depletion layer in like your doped silicon substrate or silicon oxide substrate or whatever. And how you can like have a diode that will allow current to flow one way but not the other. How you can stack up junctions like that to create transistors, which are the fundamental building blocks of modern transistor or computers. But I don't know exactly how you get light to be emitted from a PN junction. That would be interesting. I don't know specifically why that's happening. There are so many things I don't know. Ishwala, thank you for the sub. You have a double E degree? Then you definitely know about a depletion layer and a PN junction in a diode. You better know. I'll test you. They're a curious mix of chemistry and physics at the most basic level. They really are. It is so interesting. Diodes, that interaction between those doped pieces of silicon, I guess, that form semiconductors. The amazing things we've done with those, I was pretty awesome. I just know low level code. It's interesting. I'm actually annoyed by how a lot of people, they hear electrical engineer and they think you're like an electrician or like somebody who like, I don't know, would do the electrician for like a large like skyscraper or something. And I'm sure there are plenty of double E's that are employed in like power grid industry and stuff. But a lot of double E's just do like firmware and just like low level coding. It's like a lot of people hear electrical engineer and they don't realize that like you actually do a ton of coding in most W positions. There's still a ton of just being a code monkey, the same as like a computer engineer or a computer scientist or whatever. Or the other end, they ask you to fix their computer. Yeah. It's like, I could engineer a computer. I could design a computer. But you want me to figure out how Windows works? You're going to need like a couple thousand engineers for that these days. So I have idea why your stupid computer doesn't work the way you want it to. It is actually amazing to think about. I don't know if, I mean, there definitely isn't any single individual that knows every feature and every bit of code that goes into like modern Windows, because there was so many teams at this point that have developed all the bits and pieces. And I'm sure there are some engineers that have pretty expansive knowledge on the Windows operating system, but in some ways it's like getting as mysterious as the human genome itself. Like, I'm not entirely sure why that bit of code was used or is right there. Could maybe find out. But it's like there are just so many people coming together in giant teams to work on those projects. That's like, I don't know, it gets insanely abstracted and complicated. And does anyone even truly understand how it all works together anymore? So it's pretty funny. Windows are easy. You open them up and you close them. Easy. Well, and a lot of things like, if I ever have to use my mom's phone, she has icons. She has like 9 different home screens on her phone. She just keeps adding more. You can never find where any given icon is on any of them to open up an application. I'm like, Mom, fix your phone. And she's like, you fix it for me. I'm like, I can't organize your stuff for you. It's your stuff. If I organize it, then you won't know where anything is at. And you'll have to organize it yourself anyways. I can't fix this for you. It's not a question of like me being more proficient in technology. It's just like, I can't organize information that you need to know how it's organized. So you have to just organize it yourself. Or I could be more patient and be like, yes, I will sit next to you and ask you where you want every last single icon on your phone so we can do it together and put it in a somewhat reasonable arrangement. And that would be probably the least I could do for you since you changed my diapers for years as I was a baby. But I am not a real child, so I'm not going to fix your phone. So yeah. No, I do need to be better. That's actually something I should do for my mom. Her phone is a mess. And if I sat with her and actually helped her organize it, it would improve her quality of life, and it's the least I could do for someone who's given so much to me. And I need to be a better person. So yeah. Tina! You monstrosity! I didn't know I could fit so many tabs and keep them open for you. You're just using me, making me do more and more for you, opening me wider and wider. Please be careful with Firefox. Yeah, teaching her to do it herself and sitting with her and actually organizing it with her instead of just doing it for her would help her. And it would take a lot of time. I'm just dealing with old people and technology, which is always annoying. But yeah, it's what you should do. Is this what the stream cone of shame is for? Is this the polar source? I don't know. This is some train that Crumpet came across. And it is super cozy. And I haven't left it all stream. And I'm only going to go for another 45 minutes, I think. So yeah. I want to go somewhere else. I don't know. I am so different from Crumpet when it comes to my stream. Just night and day, entirely different. And it is so interesting to me. Also, the sky is blue. True. Like, I wonder if I could even attempt to emulate Crumpet's streaming style. I don't even know how I would start. It's just so interesting to me. Not that I would necessarily want to, but not that I would be opposed to it if I don't know, mix things up more and did more of a stream that was less focused on me, I guess. By bullying more, not even just the way he interacts with people, but the fact that he interacts with people at all. Honestly, I don't think most streamers do. At all. Like, there are some streamers that will do interviews or, like, podcasts or whatever. Oh, thank you for the subscription. I'm not saying I should copy him, and I don't think I will. But it's just a fun thought experiment, and interesting to think. Because there are streamers that do, like, RP servers. Streamers who play MMOs who might interact with other people. No streamer just goes purely into, like, public spaces to use the interactions as content, though. Like, that is pretty unique. And crazy. Like, who else does that? I actually think I could get an entourage if I wanted to. I actually think I could. The entourage wouldn't be the problem, I didn't think. I don't know. Please follow me this way. No, I mean, I don't watch a lot of streamers. Was there anyone else who engages with just random people as content to the extent Crumpet does? I don't think anyone. There are some controlled interviews like Miku does, like Rebel does. Some people will have podcasts. Some people will have random interactions with people in, like, their game lobby as they're, like, playing through Overwatch or whatever, some MMO. But no one does what Crumpet does. Yeah, it's so interesting. The thing is, GTA streamers, though, they are all just streamers and role players. They're to, like, there's not unknowns. Like, Crumpet just goes into, like, a room with 20 random people and just goes up to each one of them and just pokes them and is like, how are you funny? How are you interesting? Do something, react. He has a way of just, like, pushing people's buttons. He'll really have And I'm like, are you a furry? Can I join your furry pack? You furry? And he just will kind of poke at people's buttons and just see how they respond. And that's like his content for not all of his stream, but a lot of it. And it's so fascinating. That's exactly, he goes to the zoo and he taps the glass. What a good way of putting it. That is actually a perfect way of saying it. Oh my gosh, exactly that. Is that something that's been said before, or is that something you just came up with just now? Is that maybe that's something Trump has said before? That is the perfect way of describing that. Ishwala, thank you so much. In fact, I'm going to use that against him. I'm going to tease him, but it's like, Trumpet, you just go to the zoo and tap on the glass. That's what you stream at. It's an amazingly accurate analogy. I love that. But a lot of Crumpet's stream is just like the people he's with. So it is a more controlled entourage situation, which some streamers do have. Like somebody who plays Overwatch with the same people over and over, and they have a bit of a like chemistry and comedy routine and like jokes that they have and can play off of each other. That's what Rob does. Rob has his established group of role players and improv actors and tryouts or whatever. And even though they do come up with new stuff, there's still at least a control on the people he's interacting with. Trumpet just goes in raw. Just finds people. It's crazy. I've heard Trumpet say it, but I've had others say don't tap the glass when dealing with people who are off. Oh my gosh, thank you! Oh my gosh, thank you for 5 subs! 5 banana. Thank you. Yeah, the more I think about it, that is just what Crumpet does is crazy, and it is content, and it is funny. I am. Oh my gosh, I make an absolute fool out of myself around him. And I'm happy I get to do that. And I'm happy that he's mostly unfazed by it. And not just totally hating me for it. Oh my gosh, I'm just like this desperate axe who's just trying to get his attention all the time. It's so funny, so dumb, and I'm glad I can laugh at it with him. It does feel good. I have the most awkward, least elegant ways of just bluntly turning stupid things he says into an excuse for me to flirt at him. And it's so pathetic and dumb, but it's kind of funny. So I'll probably keep doing it, I guess. I don't know. So he seems to be okay with it. Chat seems to laugh. It gives me a way to express some of my residual feelings and also just not take myself too seriously. Cause yeah, I do like Crumpet. It's no secret. But I also understand that through a combination of just our history, his position, his friend group, and just who we are as people, that the reality of the situation is that nothing is going to happen between us. Much as I so desperately wish something would change, it's not, and I'm okay with that. So the fact that I get to tease him about it and make clumsy attempts at flirting, I'm happy. I'm satisfied. I have a good time. I'm really happy bringing to my recent joke about definitely a big step forward. I don't know. I don't take it too seriously. So, and I know it's not going to lead to anything, so it's whatever. I'll find my man one of these days. When I flirt with Crumpet, he just calls the cops. Oh no! That's the thing though. Crumpet has a lot of people who flirt with him in different ways. Mine is the most clumsy and awkward and in his face though. Certainly recently. But it's so funny, so it's okay, I guess. I enjoy it. The joke in the airport about picking up baggage was like, yeah, that was good. The reality, though, is I feel like I'm definitely more baggage to him than he is to me. But it's all good. It's like whatever. I just have fun. Just have fun. I'm trying to do what Mingo tells me to do. It's just go with the flow. Have a good time. Just go with the flow. And I am. I don't have. I think it's a good point. A point where I used to not be at. Where I just don't have any expectations for anything around it. I don't expect Crumpet to have feelings for me again. And that's fine. That's totally okay. So it just leaves me the freedom to be ridiculous and have a good time with my friends and make stupid jokes and just not care. So it's good. Mango is the flow master. Sometimes it scares me how much she flows. So yeah, just have fun with it. The perfect product. I remember dancing to that. That's fun. I need to do that stuff more. Do you think you'll ever rejoin the lobby? I don't think so. I think if I really, really wanted to, I could. But I don't think I really want to. And I think I would have to really, really want to do so. And I just don't. I am satisfied and happy with where I am right now. Which is more than I could say about myself 6 months ago. I really missed hanging out with my friends from the lobby. But I find that just being able to hang out with Crumpet gives me ample opportunity to see people like Uzu, to see Naomi, to see Vor. I love Vor to death, and I never got to see him. And now that I'm hanging out with Crumpet, I get to see him. And that's all I wanted. Is to see friends like that. So I don't think the lobby is a great place, and it's definitely not a great place for me. So I don't really have any desire to join it again. I'm just happy to have opportunities to still engage with the friends I made back in my time there. And that's good enough. Jelly Bandit, thank you so much for the sub. So yeah, the lobby, there are worse things in the world than it. There are better things in the world than the lobby. It's not for me. And I'm happy with not engaging there again. So yeah. My alerts are disabled. Well, I think the lobby, um, if you do the lobby right as a member, you constantly contribute, whether or not you're on camera. And you don't necessarily do it for the camera. I mean, doing it for the camera is good and it helps Rob out. And if you care about helping Rob, then that's great. But also just doing it for your own entertainment and for the entertainment. If you entertain the people in that lobby around you who are your friends, and you just try to have a really good time with them while still having it be within the context of that RP lobby, then it will be a good content as well. Like, if you are laughing your faces off at each other with ridiculous RP and you're just enjoying the heck out of that, then Rob, the little cameraman, will see that and come and look at you, and he'll be laughing along with you, and so will chat. Everyone will have a good time. And that's really the best way to do the lobby, is to be focused on enjoying it for yourself and the friends you're spending time with in a fun, entertaining way. So, and yeah, if you do that, you'll get attention. I did. I was definitely sought after. Rob came looking to me to be his mute rather than the other way around. And it's because I just was trying to have fun with my friends and use my body language to be expressive and cute, because I liked when they called me cute, and I liked when I could make them laugh or do something that they would. I liked it when they couldn't take their eyes off of me, because whatever I was doing was just so interesting. Either because it just made them go, "Duh, oh my gosh, I love her so much," or to laugh, or whatever. So just enjoying that and like having that desire to be the class clown, to be the center of attention, to entertain the people around you, and like being friends with them and having a good time. That is what will lead to like really good content for stream as well. IMO. That is how I would look at it. I don't think that's how everyone in the lobby does look at it, though. So, I don't know. I won't go into everything that's wrong with it. That is drama. It's even drama to say there is stuff wrong with it. So I don't want to go past that, really. I've talked about it before in the past when I felt more strongly about it, when it was a more recent event in my life. That was a long time ago. It's years ago now. And I don't need to dwell on it anymore. It still affects me. Still all my friends go there. You know, Crumpet is obviously hugely committed to the lobby. And I respect him for that decision to be that involved and try to make the best of that situation for himself and for others. So I don't want to disown it too much, because I know there are people there who do care about it deeply. And there is good stuff there, and there are great people there, a lot of talent, and a lot of just good people. So I'll just leave it at that. So yeah. I know people keep on asking that in Crumpet's chat, though. Or like, I don't know, like, oh, is Firefox wasn't she in the lobby? Is she going to join the lobby again? I'm like, no, I don't think so. But it's interesting. I will do my best to try and entertain you here, and to try and, I don't know what I want to make Crumpet do. Eventually to get him to actually just like snap and kill me at some point. Just from, I want to say something where he just groans so hard, like dad joke level groaning of just like, oh my gosh, Firefox, and just snap and just like buy a ticket and come smack me on the head IRL. That's all I want. I just want to make him groan so hard. I want his eyes to roll up into his head so far from some ridiculous thing I say that he has 30 seconds or more that he just needs to recover from some groaner I deliver his way. That would make my day. He's used to Vincent. True. That's true. I don't know. I just want to break Crumpet in some just cloyingly sweet. I want to be so nice to him and so sweet. And so, I don't know. I love how much he just wants to hurt me, though. It's so funny to me. I want to just push him to his very limits, being so relentlessly nice to him and sweet, and also just ridiculously adorable. He just snaps and just wants to break my spine in half. I want to torment him forever that way. It's just too much fun. I have been pushing the word adorable for a while, because it is funny, and it is a pretty good description of what I am. Or at least what I try to be. I just want to troll Crumpet back, I guess. In a way that he, I don't know, enjoys, but also eats away at him in some, I don't know, the kind of way that you would annoy a sibling or whatever. It's like you love them to death, but you also want to kill them. That is what I want from Crumpet. I want him to love me to death and also want to strangle me. That is the goal. Because it's just too much fun. And I think that is it's a good arc. It's a good, I don't know. It would just make me feel good about just everything. Every decision I've made, every mistake I've made, everything that happened. If I can just have that friendship with Crumpet again where we can just trust each other and understand that we're not going to be romantic or whatever, but we're just going to be good friends and just love and hate each other as much as you could ever have with someone you love as family, you know? The way you love and hate your siblings who are just the closest and understand you more than anyone else, and you grew up with them, and you wish them absolutely the best, and they also drive you totally crazy. So yeah. Breastplay can be fun. Oh no! Breastplay can be fun actually though. I don't know. I think about how can I be content on his stream though? And I'm just not really sure. I think what I've been doing is pretty funny. This whole routine of unrequited love and just being generally sweet and genuine, but also a little bit annoying, is kind of funny. And the way you respond to it is funny. So that is pretty good content. But like thinking of like how you would even contribute to a streamer like Crumpet. Like with Rob, it was kind of easy. You could just figure out RP scenarios and you had an entire cast to work with who were generally there to try and get attention by RPing or something. And as his mute, it's kind of like Mingong and Ari today with Crumpet, where like Crumpet will just like hone in on whatever like Mingo is doing. I have that to a lesser degree with Rob. So I could engage in like roleplay with somebody doing something. And it was like a good way to get Rob's attention because he'd be like, Rob, you're mute. It's doing this thing over here. And he's like, oh, I have to go see. And I was able to do a lot of stuff with people like, with Vor, with Jor. Jor had some really great RP moments because he would just DM me and be like, hey, Fox, I kind of want to do this thing. Are you down? And I would be like, totally. I love that. And then I could DM Rob, or he could, or we could set up RP and have people go to Rob and be like, oh no, Firefox is in trouble. And be like, gosh dang it, Fox, why am I always having to save your butt from stuff? But it was fun. It like gave him something to look at, something to interact with, that he didn't have to come up with himself. Doing that for Crumpet is so much harder. Because Crumpet is like so random and wild, and I have no idea what he's going to do at any given moment. And I feel like anytime I try and do something, he would just naturally be funnier doing whatever else he was about to do anyways. Because he's just so ridiculously good at reading chat and making fun things happen. So it's so hard to like contribute to that and feel like you're adding content that would be funnier than what he's just already doing. So I really don't know what to do except like try and just be myself and try and make a joke out of it and be a little bit funny. I don't know. So yeah. Oh, I have. Yeah, so I don't know. I hope I can find ways to meaningfully contribute to Crumpet's stream so that I can try and give back a little for like Crumpet brought me into this mess of streaming. So as much as I love it, I do hate parts of it, and I'll never forgive him for turning me into a streamer. So I definitely need to get back at him for turning me into a streamer. That's really how it is. It's not gratitude, it's actually just, I need to get back at him. And how could you ever get back at somebody for doing you the terrible disservice of letting you be an actual streamer? I have to get back at him somehow. It's not gratitude, it's vindication. Exactly. Oh, that one was weird. I hit the ground weird. Oh, my voice is weird. I feel like my voice is so off today. I know anytime I come off or like come back to streaming after like a long break, my voice always feels super weird. It just feels, I don't know, because when I'm just by myself in my apartment, I just don't talk at all. It's like I haven't said, I mean, outside of being on Crumpet Stream, I just haven't like talked to like anyone. So coming back and talking for like 5 hours straight, it's just always weird. Eclipse, thank you so much. I have been talking for 4 hours. Normally, I at least break it up by going to different worlds. Today, I'm just super talky, I guess. I do feel like I want to do like 20 minutes of not talking. I'm just doing like ASMR to like actually try and be relaxing or whatever. Because I actually really enjoy that. I just can't help myself from just talking though. And as soon as I start doing this and stop talking, I'm like, oh no, people are bored now. I have to say something. So, I don't know. Good. Thank you for another sub. It's interesting how much her changes your entire life. I do like the psych still as well. I actually do think the cyberwire just adds more definition to my face, which actually makes the face tracking look better. Eclipse, thank you for another one. I see a lot of people who buy this avatar use this hair. And it's cool, but it's 100% not me. Like, it is really good hair. Totally doesn't fit me at all. It is a Veronica haircut. Totally. I totally agree. Oh my gosh, a little sniper. Oh my gosh, we're past my Snapchat as well. Bald! No! I don't want to be bald. Are my alerts not working? Are they not working? I hear them going off. Oh, I might have an idea. I'm gonna be able to test this after stream. I'm sorry. I'll fix my alerts. I think what happened is I did record some VR video stuff. And when I do that, I change the aspect ratio of my OBS. And I think that screws up stuff. So I'm sorry. Oh, you don't hear the alerts either? Oh, I'll play around with that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry they're broken. I have had music playing all stream. And now I can see that you have not heard any of it. It has just been my dumb voice this entire stream. Only my mic is active right now. No soothing lo-fi hip-hop to chill to. Just my abrasive, terrible, terrible voice for 4 hours. I may have to die now. In a game. I have to go jump off a cliff in Minecraft now. I've been listening to this like nice chill music. And it's just been pleasant. And I realize now you didn't get any of the music for 4 hours. That's probably why you couldn't hear the alerts either. I was like, I can hear the alerts just fine. They're coming through for me. Is the video for them not playing either though? Because that might be a separate issue. Holy crap! Eclipse! Holy crap! What the heck? Thank you so much! Oh my gosh. I hope Crumpet starts his stream soon. And underrate him and go die in shame and embarrassment. Thank you so much for so many subs today. Oh, does he not start till 1? That's probably true, isn't it? I forgot. I know he does early on Monday. Do I have to stream for another hour? Because yeah, I might not start till an hour from now. He usually starts 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, and it's almost noon. That's okay, I can go for another hour, or I could even just raid someone else. I'm also kind of waiting for my dad to call me. He told me, because yes, I should have been better about this, but today is a holiday. I think today is Martin Luther King Day. And so I think my dad has today off, and I think he wants to do stuff. I was going to maybe hang out with him if he is going to be here. So yeah, today is Martin Luther King Day. So I'll go till Crumpet starts or until my dad calls me. And if my dad calls me, I'll just raid someone. It'll be pretty short notice. I don't want to miss his call. So I'll probably just like have the raid and then send it off immediately if he calls before 1. Because yeah, my dad and I were... It's so interesting. It is so... interesting. I don't know. I talked to my dad for 6 hours straight yesterday, after not having seen him since Thanksgiving. And I've been asking him to swing by just to say hi for like Merry Christmas or whatever. And he finally did. And he was like, I actually have some food I was like making for my family for dinner. But I just wanted to come swing by, say hi, whatever. And I kept him stun locked at my apartment for 6 hours talking about stuff. Boy Scout Ninja, thank you so much. But yeah, and it was a very blunt and very, I don't know, we just talked philosophy and religion for like 6 hours straight. There's not a lot of people I can do that with. I can just completely, honestly discuss worldview and faith and our understandings of the world and morality, and mostly I just want to understand why my dad is religious. Because it doesn't make sense to me, I guess. And having the ability to just talk to somebody for hours and hours about that. And I love and trust my dad completely. I think he is a man, so he's not perfect, he doesn't know everything, but I trust his opinions a lot. So trying to understand why he believes the things he does is like important to me, I guess. It's just interesting to have a discussion that is so, we're just free of the fear of offending each other entirely. Like, I can question everything he says and know I won't offend him at all. And we can propose hypothetical situations to each other that cover dark topics, or try and get at moral truth in ambiguous situations, or whatever. And it's just interesting. So I don't know. I love conversations like that. My headset is glitching out again. But there it goes. We're good. My house is hanging straight for a wall. Oh, never mind. We're on like a weird train thing that, like, I don't know. Kind of a cool train though. I think what I want to do for next stream is I'm going to try listening to some music throughout the day today. Try and pick out some fun songs to dance to. And then tomorrow I can have something I can look forward to doing. That will give me like some energy and keep me from just talking to chat for 5 hours straight. Which is all today was, which I'm okay with. This is my comeback stream after a way too long a break. So I'm just happy I'm streaming. Even if it's just me talking, I guess I have a lot to say. actually really like my new tail. For tail lips actually works really well. Yeah, my tail is so fluffy now. Also, my ears are fluffy now as well. I wash my tail regularly. And they smell like coconuts because coconut is right now my favorite scent for soap. I do mix it up a lot. I should be more experimental with fragrances, but I just really like coconut. Ramen tail. Yeah, I like this earring. I've had it for a really, really long time. So probably going on over 2.5 years. Vander, thank you so much for the prime. Try not to get lost in the sauce so much next time. Well, if the sauce is existential despair and depression, I can't make any promises. That is the sauce upon which I sup. Depression is my sauce. I get high on depression. Boxers tell next 3 minutes to shower each morning just to keep them clean, probably. When you ASMR other people, do you enjoy it? I do enjoy it immensely. It is one of my favorite things to do in this game. Because I also love getting ASMR. Especially from someone who really knows what they're doing. So, being able to give that to other people, it just feels good. It feels really good. I love Bingo. I never feel like I know her as well as I would like to. But she's always been so nice to me, and like she helps me with things that when I struggle with stuff, she's always so positive. Okay, what are my ASMR triggers? Good question. There is one that is really strong and I love and I hate it. And it's like styrofoam. So the sound styrofoam can make if you like break it or like run a nail across it, it's like nails on a chalkboard almost. It's like borderline terrible, but not quite so terrible that's absolutely unpleasant. And there's something about it that just makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up or whatever. And it's just, I have such a strong response to it. And it's interesting that you can have a sound that is kind of unpleasant that gets such an interesting reaction out of your body. But if I'm looking more of just like relaxing, calming, all sorts of stuff, I guess. One of my favorite ones was so weird, but so cool. So it was from ASMR Magic, who's this awesome British lady who does ASMR videos on YouTube. And one of them, she had a 3-hour video full of all sorts of weird stuff. And I love the creativity she brought into ASMR, because it wasn't just like ear licking and having giant boobs. She's a very attractive woman, but like, it was her creativity that made her channel so good. And my favorite thing that she ever did was she had this like microphone head, whatever, and she had an umbrella over it. And she had shaving cream that she stuck on the umbrella. She squirted on the umbrella, and you could hear all the little bubbles popping, and the way they were amplified by the membrane of the umbrella over your head, because it was over, you know, the like binaural audio microphone. So you'd hear the little bubbles popping, and then she would like scrape at it with her fingers, and you would hear like, it was just the weirdest, most alien, bizarre sound that's the combination of an umbrella and shaving cream over your head. And it was like magic. It was so good. And so random and weird. But it was so like, I don't know. It's my favorite. So yeah, shaving cream on an umbrella. Who would have thought? But it was good. It was so good. And what it does, good ASMR, for me, it puts me in the memory of waking up in a tent while I'm camping. And the world is so quiet. There's no AC units, no computers, no whirring fans, no electronics, nothing. You're just in a tent in the wilderness. It's so early in the morning, maybe 1 or 2 birds is like having some call in the morning. But maybe sometimes not even then, depending on just how early you wake up. And the whole world is quiet. But the tent over you kind of like, it does something weird to the sound. The world just sounds different when you're in a tent. Just the way the reverb or whatever, and the rustle of your movement in your sleeping bag on the tent, maybe softly calling birds, maybe a slight breeze. Some mornings no breeze at all, and it's just so dead quiet. And you just feel so unfiltered and fresh, and like you can hear the world in a way that you just can't hear anywhere else. And especially when it's so cold outside and your sleeping bag is so warm, and for all of the golden forenox, you would never get out of your sleeping bag in that moment, as you're just cozy and just existing and vibing out in the middle of nowhere. And then as time goes on, you don't know how long, you're just at peace. But you hear somebody else is getting up out of your tent. You hear them rustling around, maybe some soft talking, saying good morning to each other. And you hear them exit their tent and all the swishing noises as they brush against the fabric. And the clanging of some pot or pan as they get up and they're lighting a fire. And you hear the fire start to crackle outside your tent. And then you hear them preparing some food, baking some beans or something for breakfast or eggs or whatever. Or they're cooking bacon, and then eventually the smell of the bacon cooks and it comes to you in the sleeping bag and it calls to you and says, good morning, come outside, come say hello, come see the beautiful woods around you, come enjoy your breakfast, come enjoy your loved ones who are here to talk to you. And it's just magical. So yeah. There are some camping maps in VR, but you just can't compare. VR is awesome. VR can do amazing things. And it would be relaxing to go to a camping map. But the real thing is just, I don't know. You can't do it in VR. Not yet anyways. Camping is also weird, because it is a lot of boring and a lot of inconvenience and a lot of waiting around or finding stupid ways to entertain yourself. Camping can be very boring and stressful, and you feel dirty and you smell like smoke. But there's something about waking up in the mornings that for me is magical. And there's a lot of enjoyment to be had in the company of the people you're with. But there's also just a lot of tedium and boringness. But yes, every now and then, like, there are people who will say it's like, let yourself be bored from time to time. We exist in an age where we are constantly saturated with media and entertainment content. So being able to be bored every now and then it's not bad. And if you have to be bored somewhere, a beautiful forest is not a bad place to do it. It makes you feel very human, and that's something we all need sometimes. Yeah, bugs are the worst. Yeah, bring some bug spray. And hopefully you're in a good time of year where bugs aren't always like really bad. But I feel like they always are. Unless you go camping in the winter. They've only done one time. And actually, like, it's weird. So I forget what's even called, but something the scouts would do is they would go winter camping, and you would build I don't even remember what you'd call it, It's not like a full-on igloo, but just like a place to sleep in the snow. And you had to build it a certain way so it would trap heat properly. Or else, like, there would be legitimate risks of having frostbite. So if you didn't know what you're doing, it could be a little dangerous. But usually you have like cars nearby and all sorts of other stuff. But I remember we went up there, and my dad and I were like excited to do the whole winter, like build a little whatever to sleep in. But the rest of the scout troop was lazy, and they just wanted to like set up a tent on top of the snow. And that night, like, was misery for them, and they were having concerns about frostbite, and they like ended up having to drive one of the boys home because like he was starting to like show like concerning signs of hypothermia. Like, it actually became a problem. So, everyone walked away from it fine or whatever, but like, you cannot just sleep in a tent in the winter like that. You have to build a proper place for you to sleep and use the snow to insulate you and trap the heat so that you can actually, because I actually had to stick my feet outside because it was so hot in our little snow fort, whatever. Like, it was so warm. I took off most of my clothes and was sleeping on top of my sleeping bag because I was so hot. And I would stick my feet outside to just let them get cold. So we prepared properly and we were bathed in warmth and heat. But like, the rest of the scout troop was like, they just wanted to do a tent, and like, they were like hypothermia cold. Like, wow. So I learned that, yeah, like having the right skills, the right knowledge in those kinds of situations can make such a huge difference. Because you can sleep really comfortably in the very coldest conditions if you prepare your shelter properly. But if you don't, you're screwed and you'll die. So yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, whatever alien said. I think that's what it's called. I don't even know how you say that word anymore, but it's something weird like that. That being said, I don't know if I'd ever do it again. Doing it the one time was probably enough. But I do want to go with a nice guy to a cabin somewhere on a resort, the hot tub in the back, and drink hot chocolate and eat some food that's not particularly good. It's like comfort food that you eat in the winter, something hearty. And then, I don't know, go hot tubbing and snuggle next to the fire somewhere. My headset's being done. Sorry, I'm gonna pretzel real quick. Okay, we're good. You know. Long-lasting bugger plan. Oh yeah, the first experience is best to teach you the difference between my first and second cabin trip was night and day. Yeah. There is something about winter. Winter is just, it can be like really awful, but But there's also some good potential for it to be very romantic. Like a rainy day, but prettier. Freshly fallen snow that like sits on the trees and like just coats everything in white. And warm hot chocolate. And being warm next to a fire, even though everything around you is so cold. It's just very romantic. Makes you want to snuggle. You don't want to snuggle in the summer. Everything's too hot and sweaty. The last thing you want is a warm body next to you. I hate bugs. Like last vacation, I stayed at a 250-year-old building in the woods. Got no sleep because of the bugs. I don't know. I don't love bugs. But I don't think bugs have ever kept me from sleeping. They're just bugs. Little creepy crawlies. It is amazing to see how much crossover I have with like other streamers. It's funny, Akiwo raided me like forever ago, but everyone still shows up as like raiders from Akiwo. I think it's really cool that you can see who the raiders were, but it lasts way too long. You went to your botanical garden recently. Something about being a greenhouse around my called it immaculate bite. So, up in BYU, Idaho, where I went to school for like 2 years, they have really beautiful gardens and really beautiful greenhouses as well. BYU, Idaho is actually pretty well known for having really good agricultural programs and like horticulture and stuff. And they have beautiful, beautiful greenhouses and gardens, and you can actually kind of meander and walk through all these greenhouses and gardens, and it takes you over an hour, if not longer, to get through them, and that's if you don't stop at all. So, and each of them are like built to be like really nice places to just go and study and chill or go on a date or whatever. So there's like little benches and these secluded areas surrounded by flowers and all these water features and fountains. Some of the greenhouses have like tropical plants that are beautiful and exotic, and the greenhouses are like heady and like full of like hot, humid air, which in the winter is like really refreshing. Because in the winter, the outside is so cold, and inside the air is always so dry. Because when you heat up air from outside, the relative humidity drops to the floor. So you always have like chapped lips and stuff. But when you walk into like a really hot, humid greenhouse, it just feels so good, and the like water trickling and the beautiful plants, it makes it so pleasant. Just like walk through these greenhouses. And just that smell of like dirt and plants that you get whenever you go to like a greenhouse or like wherever. So nice. There are people who were here before and also part of the raid. That does happen because it still calls you, for me, you still show up as a raider, spectator. I don't know if that shows up for everyone. I don't know if everyone sees you as a raider or not. I don't know if that's just something the streamer sees. I don't know. I don't think for me it makes a lot of difference if you're a natural reader or a natural viewer or whatever. Because I'm already partnered, so I don't really care about view data that much. My stream size makes it so advertisement means very little. I get very little revenue. So really, like, subs helps, and I guess just getting more and more viewers. But I don't know if you're a natural viewer, if that, like, it's going to increase the chance that other viewers will come, I guess. That's something I need to worry about, so I don't know. Oh, I guess it must only show it for the streamer then. Because yeah, Dave and Spike Tiger, I can see my feed and just has you labeled as little raider. Spike Tiger has no idea who I am. They would never normally watch me. Spike Tiger is just like, oh well, I happened to just be here because I was watching someone else. And then, well, I guess I'll watch you now. Wow. I don't know, I've been lurking all this time for nothing. I don't know, it's interesting. Because some people will be like, I will just turn on somebody's stream. And then, like, they won't fully mute it, because I think if you fully mute it, you aren't counted as a viewer. So they'll just, like, just leave it running on their computer, not watch or pay attention at all. Turn the volume all the way down. And it's like, yeah, I'm just giving them a viewer. Which probably helps a little bit. Because if you're at the top of a stack in a category or towards the top, it probably helps you get discovered. But I also don't want to just be like, I want to actually be entertaining. I hope my streams are actually worth paying attention to and watching. Because if they're not, then there's really no point, you know? I don't know. I mean, I guess I appreciate it if people want to just like leave me on a muted tab. I mean, that's not bad, I guess. But I do hope that my streams can be compelling and entertaining and just worth watching just because you like it. And I know a lot of you do watch it for those reasons. And that's awesome. I'm really glad that I can at least be kind of entertaining or interesting or whatever. Oh wait, Firefox talks now? It is so funny to see how many people, after a year, it's been over a year, almost half, if not half, of my entire stream, I've been a talker now. And people are still like, whoa, wait, what? Wow. I don't know if it's just a meme or if they're serious. Right. This is like awkward. I was mentally prepared to stream till 12 o'clock. So I was like mentally wrapping up in my head before somebody's like, oh no, Crumpet doesn't show for another hour. And I'm like, I should go do something more entertaining like go dancing, but I kind of don't want to. I want to be lazy. But I'm also like, I'm out of content. I already closed shop. Now I'm just like, like the wait staff who's just like sitting at a table across the aisle from yours. He's like, yeah, we closed the store. We're just kind of waiting for you to like finish eating. You know, like we're not gonna kick you out. Like we'll let you finish your meal or whatever, but like, you know, we do want to go home too. Oh, you're still here. Yeah, like, I'll be here for another 20 minutes or whatever, but, you know, mentally I closed down like half hour ago. Like, you're free to stay. Like, you know, I hope you enjoy your experience still. But the staff has already clocked out, kind of. You know, they're like cleaning up the store. Like, finish your purchase, like, you know, like, we still have a cash register open for you, of course, but yeah, it's kind of late, and everyone here is like, I mean, like, you're welcome, we're not kicking you out, just, you know, yeah. I know, I'm joking. I hope I didn't actually make someone feel awkward. Well, now you're making me feel like I'm overstaying my welcome. Lamau. Hello, Happy. I bet you say that to all the girls. You just come in and you're like, oh, I love her so much. This is my press X'd out face. Oh no, Lassie was on LSF? Do tell. What was Lassie saying? That's so cool you got on LSF. Lovely. I got on LSF. And it was just like a clip of me doing ASMR in a hot tub. Which was totally like silly, but like got me like 80,000 views or more. And I was like, awesome. I got top 10 of LSF today for petting me with my cam on. Let me know how many views that gets. I'll go watch it myself. That's hilarious though. I remember when you did the how to be a mute with your camera on. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. 50k views now? That's so awesome. I'm gonna go watch that. That's hilarious. I'm glad you're getting that kind of exposure too. I don't know if it'll boost your channel like a ton, but I'm sure you'll see some people come in after that. Getting a really big post on LSF is actually pretty good for you. This is the best VRC stream you've ever seen. Your smart VR is the rare treat, and your videos are quite delightful. Thank you. But yeah, I think one of the clips, the clip that I got caught in, or whatever got put on LSF, I think what really helped for me though is just randomly XQC or whatever was looking through LSF and he watched the clip of me on his stream, which gave it even like more people, like more eyes on it, you know? It was like, oh, Pog, exposure. Like out of nowhere. Like it was something I'd been doing for months. Just ASMR in hot tubs or randomly wherever. And for some reason it winds up on LSF with a ton of people looking at it. Kind of funny. Maybe it's weird like that, I guess. So yeah. I always do cringe stuff. It's about time the world saw. Lazzy, I will say you are remarkably shameless. In a very endearing way. Very confident way, honestly. Just like going and like having a camera on yourself as you're being a cute little mute. And you just like interacting with people. I remember some you went to like a no time to talk world. And some person's like, oh, mute, I bet you're a guy. And you're just on camera in the corner of the stream, just Lazzy in the flesh. It's like, you don't know anything about me? Whatever. I don't know. Maybe you just said yes, or I don't know. You were muted in game. But it was just so funny to watch that. It is interesting though. Because like for me, being a mute and then being called like, oh, it's just a dude. For me that like sucks. That feels bad. Because I'm transgender. I am weird. I got misgendered IRL. I don't really want to get misgendered on a video game as well. But to see somebody call you a dude and just have you be like, yeah, I'm a dude. It's like, I guess mutes are often dudes, I guess. Kind of interesting. What a world. We live in a world. And what a world it is. We live in this society. And this society has rules. If the foot was over the line, mark it as 0. Nobody got that reference. I made a joke about the Big Lebowski when I went bowling with Crumpet the other day. And no one was like, haha, Big Lebowski, funny fox. And I was very disappointed. I made a Big Lebowski reference in a virtual bowling alley in front of thousands of people, and no one got it. You know, Rosalina, shut up, Johnny. This doesn't involve you. It's like, okay. He just like, they treat him so terribly. Oh no. I think Donnie's the character I'm thinking of, the one played by Buscemi, right? You're out of your element. Oh my gosh, yes. It was a funny show. I've watched it a couple times, and every time I watch it, I like it more. The first time I watched it, I was like, oh, there's some funny parts, it's pretty funny. Then I watch it, like, every now and then, just randomly, and it's like, it's actually way better than I remember. It just grows on you. Yeah, it's really good to see you too, Ozzy. You know, you should do that. Get out of my chat. and get in VR and come say hi. But not right now, because I'm gonna end stream like really soon anyways. But I hate seeing Tamara come into my chat and say hello and not come hang out with me. The sun is out. I never got in VR when God is. Oh my gosh. Oh no. I know. I'm not crumpet. I don't have enough clout for you to put in the effort to come say hi to me. I'm not as charismatic and entertaining. I know. Oh, hello, Matu. Good to see you as well. Not mute enough for him to say. Yeah, here, watch me. I'm about to mute my microphone. Give me a countdown for how long it takes Lassie to get here. And there's the request. Oh no. Lassie's getting slowed in old age. I'm joking, Lassie. If it's okay for me to tease you like that. I have a tendency to, like, tease people, even if I'm not sure they'll take it super well. But I'm pretty sure you will, because you're a really good guy. Oh no! My headset is glitching out again. Got my feeds tracking. It's so annoying how it does that. Okay, we're good. Oh wow. Wow! Oh my gosh, Lassie. You actually did request off of me. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't bully you into doing that. It would be cool to see you though, if you do want to come. Okay, wow. We got through that hour like really fast. Today's stream actually flew by for the most part. It was like 5 hours. Well, like when? Hello? Sorry to bully you here, but it's super good to see you, Lassie.
You told me to come, so I'll always come for you, Fox.
Did you just say in the back of your head? Yeah, my headset has... Yeah, it's my robot head.
Are you a machine? This whole time? Been in love with a machine?
Yeah. I'm an artificial intelligence developed by Mozilla.
don't know what those words mean, but you're really hot, so I'm okay with it.
I'm an artificial intelligence developed by Mozilla, like Mozilla Firefox. Hence the name.
Right. Do you, can you still do the sex?
I was programmed to service humans in any need they might have.
I'm a dinosaur.
You're a humanoid dinosaur. Close enough.
My dick ain't, you know what I'm saying? I got the ridges, I got the little bumps, you know.
Oh my god!
Knots? I think yeah, that knotted thing. That's what the dragons have.
Shut up! I do not have a total monster cock kink. Not even a little.
Wow. That's crazy. I never thought I would be on the Firefox stream talking about my monster cock and their monster cock kink. That's
You
so cool.
came here
I really made
and
it.
you talked about it. I did not bring it up. This one was squarely on you.
You implanted the memory in my head, okay? You like your body language, your expressions, you just forced it out of me.
I forced what out of you?
Shit. And the streamer found out. Fuck. God damn. Oh my god. I'm good.
I actually really like my tail for teasing, for tail lips or whatever. It's got like a good flow.
Good tail.
It's not like aggressive. I can like draw it across people's bodies. It's actually kind of fun.
Yep. Whatever you say. Yep. Tails. Oh, right. Hi.
Hello. No, my tail does get in the way of my butt though. Bree does not have a tail, and it lets her butt like look a lot bigger and more in your face. My tail definitely
Yeah,
like
but
covers
the
that
tail
up.
like adds a challenge, you know. It adds to the tease, makes it more fun.
Fun. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh, wow. Lassie. And actually, it's really nice to see you come here just for me.
Of course. I mean, I just woke up, so I was like, fuck it, I might hang out for a bit before I have to do IRL stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you, just popped your laptop open and logged on. Say hello. Or your, I don't know, computer you have.
So I'm such a big fan. The fact that you even let me come here and hang out with you was just, oh my god. Listen, chat, you can make it, just like me. I was a Parashurst Landy. They sit in Fox's chat every day and he's like, oh my god, he's so cute, so cute, so cute. But now, she actually lets me in here. I've made it. From chat frog to, oh, exactly, episode chat frog.
Wait. And now we're getting married.
Listen forever. Finally. Hold on, let me put on my nice suit for you. Where is it? There we go. There we go. Ready for marriage. Yo.
Oh wow.
After you wear this thing forever.
You even have a giant hat.
Yes, ma'am. Only the biggest for you. The bigger the hat, the bigger the, well, you know. We'll find that out once we get consummated.
Marrying someone other than I have married other people than you guys. I married Gullibles and Foxy. It was actually Hayden. This guy uses Gullibles, but I still think that's legally binding. I talked to a lawyer, and he said it was.
So when do we consummate our marriage, Miss Firefox? Make this official.
Oh, first you have to consummate it with each of my husbands before you get to me. That's how Mormons work.
Oh, hell yeah! I'm down to suck some dick. Yeah. I think I showed up. Here to suck and fuck. God bless. Amen. Oh.
No! I like married Gully to my
I'm going to
chat.
suck all of your exes off.
Oh, I
fuck
have
all your
married
exes.
my chat. And at any given time there are quite a few
That's
of
okay.
them. So,
Drug
that is a
King
lot of
337,
dick to
Sulfur
suck.
Chronic, Eclipse, Baviscore, XA, Spike Tiger, Briefcase, Alta Unit 34, Count's Dragon, all of y'all. Drop it on my lips, one at a time. I'll be gentle. Just slip it in there. I'll treat you right.
I don't want to be like super mean, but your mouth does look like not the best place for somebody to receive fellatio from.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying,
The teeth just scrape across it. It adds to the risk. It adds to like it's like a risk reward kind of thing.
somebody said, no, tooth is good. Oh no.
Yeah, see, people like the it's like, you know, they're like, don't stick your dick in that, but like maybe I could. Look at my tongue though. The tongue makes it worth it. Like I have a long, loquacious tongue that could lick you up and down, but there's also a tooth there. Hold on. After we can start sound, make it open. See, definitely put your dick in there. Or your cock, whatever.
My
Either way.
face tracking has been bugging. Why did I do this? Sorry, I have to restart this program. It's so annoying.
Listen, my eye tracking still works. We're good.
Oh, did chat just pull down their pants for you? It's not working.
What y'all looking at? What do y'all think? Hello? Where am I? Firefox. Firefox senpai. Senpai. No tooth there. Alright, I've come here from the future, chat, to tell you one thing. One thing only. Alright. Anime girls are real. They are real. They're gonna take over. Damn, that's crazy.
Who's that? Well, I was bugging out. It's like someone different game.
I thought Firefox was here right now. I'd kiss him on the lips. And so it's just me, all by myself. We're gonna talk about more Springer, okay? He's gone forever. Oh my god, it's Firefox Blue. I'm your biggest fan. I'm Lazzy Dino. I've seen you in chat. Oh my god. I know you, I know you.
Hello.
So glad you agreed to this fan meetup. Let's make your wish for dinosaurs. Thank you so much.
What's your wish?
I just want to, you know, watch a nice movie with you, lay on your lap as you stroke my hair out of my face. And then, you know, like 2 to 3 hours of like passionate lovemaking, and then some nice cuddling. That's all.
I mean, yes, I am single against my best efforts. So,
I feel that.
I mean, I guess, how can I say no? You're dying of like super cancer or something, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, for sure, for sure. That's why I'm bald.
Yeah, that's why
Yep.
you have to like make a dino wish or whatever foundation.
Yeah, I'm the last of my kind. You know, it's just you do what you gotta do, and like if it works out, there's more dinosaurs. It's a win-win. Because I will not be pulling out.
Wait,
I refuse.
so will I be giving live birth or will I be laying eggs?
Huh? It's like half and half.
Half and half, that's worse than either.
it's a fucking slot machine. You just don't know every time.
Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna say my dad texted me or something. See if Crumpet is on as well. And I can read that bozo. Thank you guys for just like hanging out with me today. I wasn't really doing anything particularly interesting. Just kind of streaming after a 2-week hiatus.
I know.
Okay, Crumpet is
streamer,
fine.
Fox. All right, I need something to do. All right. I'm glad to start streaming again. Remember when you took that long break? I was so sad.
I don't know, my
But now you're back,
mental
Fox. You're back.
is and has been and continues to be hacked.
Yeah, but fuck it. Keep going. Make it till you make it, baby. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dorkles. Thank you for coming. Go tell Crumpet I am going to, I don't know, break him until he actually tries to murder me. I will relentlessly
God, I wish you'd
tease
break me.
and annoy him with my adorableness to the best of my ability until he has a mental breakdown. I don't know, condense that into a raid message somehow.
I'm so bad.
Oh no! My headset battery just died. Well, I'm still on raid. I'm still in chat. Oh no. What have you done, Lousy? Why?